Hi, welcome. Let's try that music down a little bit. Hi, welcome to the channel. My name is Carl Goblin. This is the Goblin Cave, and we are finally live after a week of hell. Thank you so much for the NBN for totally not providing us with stable internet connection, even though that is your total job, your only job, and you're funded by the government to do that job. And I know you've been so polite to me on Twitter this week, but yeah, you've already superseded by 5G, and you're not completed with your rollout after 6 years. So, for everyone else, hi! Just wanted to start the show like that. It's been a horrible week. We are here today with our one-shot. We're bringing one-shots back to the channel. Yes, I know we've recently done this one with our normal cast members. We have brought in new cast members, and I love Call of Cthulhu. We're going to be running one-shots regularly on the channel from now on, to try to bring different systems to people that may have not played them. So we're back playing The Haunting with 4 new guests which have not played Call of Cthulhu. This will be their first time. I haven't decided yet if we're going to kill them or if we're going to drive them insane, or if we're going to do something to their characters. Who knows? Or it is Call of Cthulhu, so why not both? Yes, I was going to make that joke, but thank you for prompting me. So let's go to our cast. Hi, everybody.
How's it going?
Hello.
Hello.
Wow, so much sugar needed in this room. Sugar and caffeine. Yes.
I could get some coffee. But I'm fine though. I'll just be wired.
So hi everyone. So today we have some new cast members. This is how we used to do our one shots, having brand new people come in, first time on the channel, and possibly even first time streaming a live role playing. I know we've got at least one person that's not the first time streamer here. So we'll go through our introductions, and then we'll go through the housekeeping, the bookkeeping of the channel, and then we'll just jump straight into the episode. So we'll start with Lion Knight. Would you like to do an introduction of who you are and what you're who you're playing?
All right. Hello. I am the Lion Knight. I go by Ben sometimes, but people tend to call me the Lion Knight because that's my screen name. My character is Jane Richards. He is a criminal, but he often goes by Filch. That's what a lot of people call him though. He's 17 years old, and he was born and raised in Boston, which is the current setting of our one-shot.
Okay. We'll move across to Olive.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Olive. Yeah, I am playing James Harold. Jimmy will probably work too. That's the short form for James, which I never understood why it's the same length, but it is. And I'm playing a musician.
Cool. Harrow.
Oh, greetings and salutations. Oh, wow. Internet's unstable. Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is George Clemens. I am a professor at the University of Boston. And that's all you need to know about me for now.
Just realized that the name didn't click when I did it, so I'm just going to have to readjust that one. While I'm doing that, Domingo, would you like to...
Hello, I'm Domingo. I also go by Dominic, and I will be playing the private investigator. His name is Thomas Kane, and I'm going to say he's from America originally because I suck at doing accents.
It's okay, I don't do accents either. We never actually asked for accents on the... there we go. Kind of work. We never asked for accents on the channel, but if people want to do it, they're free to. I don't do accents myself. I rely on the amazing Syrinscape to do accents and to do sound effects for me, which is a segue into this audio that we're going to be using on the channel and for the episode, and even for the lead up to right now, is all through Syrinscape. We're using both Syrinscape Sci-Fi and Syrinscape Fantasy. We're going to be using Syrinscape Sci-Fi for the initial sections, and then we're going to be crossing to the fantasy because there's a beautiful sound set which I love for scenarios just like this. I swear it was written for this. So that's one of the housekeeping we want to do. The other one is that you can help the channel and help the characters by donating to the channel. You can, every $1 or per 100 bits that you donate, you can help the characters by giving them luck. Now, luck is a resource which is finite, and when it is used, it is burnt. So if a class member rolls close to a roll, but they don't quite succeed, they can burn their luck to push that to make a success. If they're close to an extreme success, Cthulhu's version of a critical, they can again push just a little bit to burn their luck to do things like that. So if you donate without naming a specific person, everyone gets luck. So everyone will get D4 luck, and then if you donate to a specific person, that person gets double the amount instead. The other thing is it does increase, so it starts with D4, goes to D6, D8, D10, D12. If we go past D12, everyone gets a sanity roll, and may take some sanity damage because I think they've run out of luck, and then we're going to reset back to D4. So if you've not played Call of Cthulhu, it's an amazing game. It's set in the 1920s. This is specifically going to be set in Boston. There are mindsets back in the 1920s which are not really what we have these days in the 2000s or 2020s. So please understand that while some of the things expressed in today's show may be not what current mindsets are, they're not what we would wish for the channel. They're not what we represent the channel or the cast members here. We're just playing characters in a time period which is less civilized. So I just wanted to make sure that's out there. People understand that we're just playing, and these are not the mindsets endorsed by the channel. We don't endorse some of the mindsets back in the 20s because that was kind of a different time period. So yeah, I just really want to make that certain because it's kind of different. So that said, we do need to start the game by nobody's got luck. So how we do luck is we have 3d6 luck. So can everyone roll 3d6 luck to at least start out to see how much or how little you start with. I think our lowest for our previous games was 4. Normally when you're running
I've seen worse rolls on 3d6s, but like that's pretty bad. Okay, I've seen pretty bad rolls.
I'm not seeing anything come through. I forgot to mention.
I haven't rolled yet.
Yep. Yep. Okay. So we've got a 6. We've got a 13.
Yeah, lucky criminal.
Not bad.
We've got a 9.
Lucky scoundrel.
Not good. But there's a bit of a mix here. We're still waiting on one more.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so if you want to, you can go to the very side, go to the dice icon, go to D6, scroll across to 3d6, if that helps. We're rolling 3d6. There we go. 10's not bad. So on your character sheets,
bringing up the rear.
So we need. However, you got 10, so I'll put that into here. Oops, not 110, 109. And we have lion with 13.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. What am I doing? Just making sure I get that. Go. Always technical issues. But we'll get into this. There we go, 13. No. There. That's that one, and my professor. Changing character sheet to have it. There we go, we're good. Good. Awesome. Okay. So, The setting is, and the basis of this story is that you're all working for a detective agency. Of course, Thomas being the actual private eye. So you're all working for a detective agency, and a landlord, a Mr. Knott, asked you to examine an old house in central Boston known as the Corbett House. Former tenants, the Mercurio family, were involved in a tragedy, and the owner wishes to understand the mysterious happenings at the house and set matters straight. Mr. Knott has been unable to rent out the house since the tragedy and hopes that you can clear things up and restore its good name. He offers to reimburse you for your time and trouble and gives you the address and a $25 cash advance. Knowing your jobs, you'll want to conduct some research before you head to the house. You could check out old newspaper articles at the offices at the Boston Globe. You could head to the Central Library, or you could go to the Hall of Records. The choice is yours. And what would you like to do?
Alright. So... Alright. So... Mr. Thomas, being our aspiring, or being our fearless leader, I believe that it would be a good idea for you to take point on this.
Well, I believe the first thought that had come to mind was the records to see who else had any affiliation with this building.
I agree.
Alright. Seems like a good place to start.
I'm just along for the ride.
So
I'm here to get paid.
So mechanically wise, though,
I mean,
every choice you make here, as in, if you want to go to the Hall of Records, it's going to take up a third of your day.
Okay.
So this may be a chance to split the party. To do your investigations, because there's multiple different avenues to research, and if you don't split the party, you may not get enough research done. You may not have the opportunities to get the research done.
Alright. If that's the case, I should probably ask for what were the options again for where to go?
Well, there's the Boston Globe, where you might be able to find some old unpublished articles, or maybe even old articles. You can go to the Central Library, where you can find probably articles or other things on the location. You could probably go to the Hall of Records, which is essentially the courthouse, births, deaths, and marriages, things like that. And they may lead you to other things.
All right.
I think I'll make my way down to the library.
We should probably split up. I will go to the newspaper, the Boston Globe,
Okay.
as it
And
were.
I will go to the records, since I'm sure I probably have been there several times before.
So in Call of Cthulhu, it kind of teaches you to split the party, because, well, again, you're playing victims.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I figured.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
Okay.
What's the worst that could happen?
Hey, at this point, maybe paper cuts. Hopefully, that's the worst.
In my experience, in Call of Cthulhu game was a sanity roll, and if you fail, you lose D200 insanity, or D200 sanity.
That's pretty bad.
No,
There's no coming back from that.
Knowing that you've only got maybe 60 out of 100.
If I rolled a pair of 25s, or assuming it was
Yeah.
D2D100,
That was
then
my
I would
experience,
still
so.
be fully insane.
I mean, I don't know. Do we each take one thing?
Well, we
There's
currently
Well-
have
Oh,
we currently have me going to records. Lion is going to newspapers. and Haro is going to check on the library. Do you have any preference where you go?
I don't think we have a fourth location, so...
No, there was
You
a
would
fourth
just-
location.
Was there?
Yeah. Wasn't there? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I misread.
Oh, alright.
3. All right. I will tag along to the Hall of Records because that sounds big.
Alright. Probably need some extra people there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll start at the Boston Globe. Who's going to the Boston Globe?
Criminal, Lion Knight, Filch.
Oh, this is totally going to be a good. Yay!
Oh yeah, no criminal goes to newspaper. Like, please.
Yeah. So let's get our audio up and running. We've got playlists for all the bits and pieces.
If I can make a note, better than going to the courthouse.
Probably.
At least there's that. At least there's that.
One of the lesser of the three evils or laws of this.
He probably knows his way around the courthouse.
I mean, that's a good point. That is a good point.
Possibly, yeah.
From the back end, not from the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the
He knows it
difference
like
there.
the back of his hand, and only the back of his hand.
How well do you actually know the back of your hand?
Technically speaking, what is the back of your, like...
Either way. So the Boston Globe news office is a bustling hive of activity. The phone's constantly ringing in the background, typewriters clacking away. The front desk is large and overbearing, built to display opulence and impress visitors. Above the desk is on the wall is the large Boston Globe logo. Behind the desk is a young redhead who takes a break from the ringing phones to address you. On her name tag is written Flo. Yes, may I help you? Are you reporting a story? Are you being interviewed? Do you have an appointment?
Well, is that? So, Filch is gonna like swagger on up to this sort of desk and like lean over on it, and like look at the redhead and say, "Hey there, Flo. I mean, I don't have an appointment at the moment, but maybe we could get something started."
Oh, sir, I'm quite busy. I don't think I don't think my husband would approve.
Okay, sure. Well, if that's not an option, I do need to check up on some old records, see if there are any. I need to ask about the Corbett House, see if there's any papers that were published back when.
We don't have copies of our old papers, but if you're looking into our old investigation matters, you may want access to the morgue, but that's not really. You need an appointment. You need permission from the editor in chief to get access to the morgue.
And where would they be?
Well, in their office. I can make an appointment. Would you like that?
That won't be necessary. And he's gonna like walk past and like pat her on the shoulder as he just walks in.
Excuse me, sir, you can't go in there.
And he's just gonna wave as he walks off.
Security?
Okay, and upon hearing her say that, he's like, "Oh crap, maybe I shouldn't actually be here." And he's gonna like try and duck out the nearest exit.
So you just walk past her into like a back area into offices.
Or into the nearest place he can hide, at least.
Okay. There's no real back entrance. Like the foyer is not really like the offices will be upstairs. Like in layers above. This is the foyer where you've got toilets, you've got like elevators and things like that, but there's not really offices. Maybe some meeting rooms. So where are you headed
Would there there any like abandoned meeting rooms or not abandoned, unused meeting rooms that I could duck into and hide from the potential security for a little bit from?
Yeah. Okay. Can I get a sneak check? Stealth.
All right. Stealth. The purple dice or the yellow or the green
we're
dice?
going for the green dice. The green dice has a different one than the yes.
All right. Hey, look at that.
So 95 out of 55.
Yep.
There's no way you've got enough luck dice to help with that.
No, that's...
Would you like to push your roll, knowing that pushing your roll, you need to actually explain what you'd like, how you're pushing it, like how you're retaking the same roll?
Yeah.
It's a reroll, but using a different skill. But you need to explain why or how. And there's always consequences.
Yeah, I imagine.
And you're talking about consequences where there's already security.
Yeah, maybe that's...
From.
Yeah. I'm not gonna push there. He's just gonna happen to... He's gonna like, kind of bad, like, poorly, like, duck into, like, a dark, like, meeting room. And he's gonna, like, put his back to the wall, but there's, like, a pane of glass right behind him, so they can just see through it and see that he's there. Okay.
So, as a couple of people come in and they're not dressed as security, but they seem to be dressed as staff, and so I'm excuse me, why are you here? Like, we've got this meeting room booked.
He's gonna like look around. And sorry, I was just leaving, and then he's gonna turn around and walk out. And he's gonna, as he gets back to like the front desk, assuming no one stops him, he's gonna say like, he's gonna say a flow like, yeah, sorry about that. How soon could I set up an appointment?
I can set up an appointment now. I believe he's if you're not going to wander off, that is.
I'll do my very best.
Okay. And she speaks on the phone and says, I'll have someone come down to fetch you. Just make sure you don't wander off, that is.
Alright. Is there anywhere I should wait in the meantime?
Moments later, security steps off the elevator. And says,
alright.
I've been instructed, and they two big burly men, hats, all dressed up nice and fine. And so we've been instructed to take you to the editor-in-chief and to make sure you don't go wandering off.
Okay. Yeah, it's... Okay. I'll go along with you.
Mm-hmm. Where am I? So, meeting with... where am I? I think where am I? Boston Globe 1, Boston Globe 2 should be... No, wrong one. So you're taken to a, like, upstairs, essentially up the elevator to an unknown level, and you're taken to the editor-in-chief, and his room is got a large, massive desk, the old blinds on the windows, and on the front of the the glass doors is Artie Wilmot, editor-in-chief in that gold embossed writing, which is typical of the style, to show opulence and show power. He has a large mahogany desk, and just everything's just over the top, filled with details, and there's a plush leather couch sitting across from him. He seems a bit annoyed that you're escorted in by two security men, and he says, I heard that you need a meeting. You're looking for access to the morgue. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what happened at this mansion, at this estate, this house, I guess. You could call it. The Flo lady at the front said that you might be able to help me get to the morgue. could give me some.
Are you one
some
of our?
information.
Are you one of our reporters?
Not strictly, no, but I could be a very good informant. I know lots of stuff that that your paper could be interested in.
So you're not one of our reporters, but you're asking for our records on our stories, which we haven't published. You're not working for one of our competition, are you?
Oh, absolutely not. I am not working for any of those slime balls of those other companies. The Boston Globe is a reputable paper that I very much read very often. And I respect you very much.
So what I'm going to ask is, what are you going to do to try to convince him to get access? Like, what approach are you going to take?
All right.
And
so,
what role are you going to take for that approach?
Yeah. So my... Okay. As I'm looking over a lot of my skills, I noticed that my interactive skills, I guess, are not actually that great. My fast talk is 15, my persuaded's 10. Psychology is 35 though, which means I could try to like analyze this guy, figure out what he might be more responsive to, like if he's an egotist or something like that. Would that be all right if I tried that?
But that's more reading him. How are you going to try to convince him?
All right.
You're trying to convince him to give you access to something which he doesn't have to do.
So I'll try to fast talk him with my 15% chance of success. All right. Hey, I'm gonna use luck. Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Okay, right. So our first use of luck. Burn one luck to get it from just a fail of like 16 out of 15 is pretty close.
So yeah. It turns out that Filch actually does. Well, he doesn't actually read the newspaper, but he knows somebody who does, and this guy has talked his ear off about the latest reports and like how interesting and stand up this newspaper is, and it's obviously all fucking false, but he does know how to replicate somebody who obviously respects this newspaper, and he's gonna butter up this editor-in-chief.
Yeah. So it works, and he agrees. Like, oh, then of course, like if you're a fan, I mean, usually we wouldn't give you access to the articles. These are articles which are not published. You understand, this is our private stuff, and we may have future stories based off these. But if you need the articles, if you're doing some research, and maybe one day we can you can work here, and we can set up something and arrange an apprenticeship and a trial run, and he gives you permission, but again you're escorted by one security guard.
That's fair.
To a basement room.
Okay, sure.
Not just a basement room, but a basement room after a long corridor, and the room is stacked full of papers, full of essentially boxes of notes and documents and bits and pieces. The whole room smells of musty boiler system in the corner that gives out a lot of heat, but everything is stacked high to the ceiling. But in the room is an elderly woman. She introduced herself as Rook Blake, the keeper of the records, and asks you what she can help you with and what you're looking for.
It's like, hello, Ruth. I'm Jane. I am looking. I'm looking on behalf of my employer on behalf of my employer, on behalf of my client, to try to figure out what happened at the Macario family, what happened to the Macario family in the Corbett house. I need to know what happened around this time, around this day.
She says that we don't have all our records are sorted by location. So if you have a street address, I can help you find any documents that we have.
I should be able to do that. I assume that we were given a street address.
Yes, you are.
I relay that street address to her.
Okay. So I can also relay a handout to you.
Nice.
Where she finds an unpublished story by the Boston Globe in 1918, so 2 years ago. The story, which was never published, states that in 1880, a family of French immigrants moved to the house, but fled after a series of violent accidents left their parents dead and 3 children crippled, and the house stood vacant.
Huh. Why was this story never published?
I don't know. There's no details on that, but there could have been something at the time. May not have enough. May have not been what the editor wanted.
All right. Do you know who is the investigator? I mean, journalist or something on the case?
Unless it's stated, then no. I'm sorry. And of course it's not.
Well, all right. Is this all the information you got? Not that it's not good enough. I'm just trying to be thorough.
It's all we've got in this location. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, thank you, Ruth. You've been real helpful.
Well, have a nice day, sir.
Mm-hmm. You too. And he's gonna walk out with the escort.
Yep. And we'll go to the next location. Who was going to the central library?
I was.
Okay, so the professor going to the central library. Your name is really it's been bugging me. It's off center. Something happened when I was putting the names in, and it just moved. And it's been bugging me off the side of my all the time. So the Central Library in Boston is a large over-the-top building with stolen style of architecture from Rome. So the big marble columns, the whole works, totally not fitting for American architecture, but it looks over the top. It looks like a fitting for a library, as Americans do. So you enter the library. It's large, it's vast. What are you looking for? There's you've got a street address. You've got a name like Corbett House or Corbett, but nothing really else.
Is there anybody standing at the front desk of the library?
Yes, there are. There's some librarians there.
I'd like to go and ask them about the information I do have.
So what are you asking them?
Excuse me, would you be willing to help me decipher these? Do you have any books that have to do with said address and these specific names? And I hand them like a little sliver of paper I have or something.
We have. Well, I'm sure you can find some things in our library. There's lots of things. If you like to just search around, and if you need help, we can help after a little bit. But we can't help everybody. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Would you be so kind as to point me to the aisle that you think would be best to start searching?
They do, and then you're still going to have to do a library use. The most OP ability in Call of Cthulhu.
I mean, yeah.
One more time, which one am I using?
Library use.
As a professor, I'd imagine he'd be pretty good at it.
Yes, I would hope so. And why is there a phone ringing in the library?
Librarians are looking for somebody who snuck a phone in there.
Oh my gosh.
You ever heard of these new things? They're called cellular phones.
Ah, crap. Well, whatever they are, they're ruining the ambience of the library.
Okay, so have you got the library use?
Rolled.
It didn't. Oh, there it goes.
46. I passed.
46.
Oh.
So with the 46, you get a you find what looks to be an old article, an old mention about the location. In 1935, a prosperous merchant builds the house, but immediately falls ill and sells it to a Walter Corbett Esquire.
Okay.
And that takes up a third of your day.
And
If you want to do further searches, you can do that.
yeah, I was gonna see if I can look around and see if I can find something else.
Yep.
Library use again.
Library use again. A hard success. So
36.
So in this case, well, I've got that there. In 1952, Walter Corbett is sued by his neighbours who petitioned to force him to leave the area in consequences of his serious habits and unauspicious demeanour. And you also, evidently, Corbett wins the lawsuit, as his obituary in 1866 states that he still lived in the same place. It also states that a second lawsuit was being waged to prevent Corbett from being buried in his basement as provided by his will. That's 2/3 of your day spent.
All right, and I guess I'll just head to where everybody's gonna meet up.
Okay. So we'll go to the next location. We'll go to whoops, we're getting a little bit of issues with our upload, but things are a bit okay. Really annoying. So we'll go to our third location, to the Hall of Records, I believe. And who was at the Hall of Records?
Yep. That's going to be me and the musician.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So the Hall of Records is essentially the courthouse. But off the courthouse, it's where they do all the official keeping and records and things like that. I've got something for this. Where am I? It's like a database for pretty much everything that happens in the location. Again, you're going to need a library use.
Alrighty.
And
I'm actually decent at those.
I am terrible. But this will be fun.
you chose the musician.
I did choose the musician. I did.
I don't imagine musicians are particularly good at libraries.
Is it purple or green dice?
I'm always going for the green. Purple does a weird roll, which is confusing, so we just ignore it.
That's an extreme success, my friend.
Ooh.
Nice.
And a fail.
I'm here to counteract that.
You can hold the books for me.
Good job.
I don't even know. Like, I haven't figured out how to open the door. Is it a push? Is it a pull? Like,
No,
not
he's,
even in the building.
he's putting books back, which you've just brought out.
It's like, what are these doing here?
Yeah.
These are in the way.
So he's
These aren't
putting
supposed to
books
be left
back.
out. These aren't supposed to be left out.
Okay, let's have a look. So the Hall of Records. There's civil court records that show that the executor of Walter Corbett's will was a Reverend Michael Thomas, pastor of Chapel of Contemplation, Church of Our Lord, Granter of Secrets. One of the books which was taken back, though, you swear had reference to that same thing. And it was taken back, but you remember where it was placed, you remember the name of it, and you quickly go through and you find also the location of where the Church of Contemplation is located. But it also notes that the chapel was closed in 1912, 8 years ago.
Is there any explanation as to why it was closed?
No, not that you found.
Okay. Is there would I be able to search around for any information on this Church of Contemplation?
You could.
Okay. I assume that's another
Yes, it
library.
is. Yep.
All right.
So, as I said, library is very OP stat. Like, extremely OP
That's
stat.
a standard success.
It's a stat to just get information in a game about like investigation.
Yes, it is. So you find an obscure note that seems to be part of a police station, or like a, not a court record, but like a. It's more notes from how can I put it? Court notes that queries a secret raid. Like, it starts off with an application for like to raid the church itself, and there's allegations that like, for justification of the raid, is that the allegations are that the church are responsible for disappearances of neighborhood children in the area. And that's the initial thing that you find in the records. There's a handwritten note that seems to be an afterthought, added in after everything else. Like, that's in a folder. This is underneath. And it says that during the raid, 3 policemen and 17 cult members were killed by gunplay or fire.
Okay.
It also notes in this handwritten note that autopsy results are singularly lacking in detail and uninformative. Possibly coroner did not do any examinations. And then it goes back to more official notes, where it goes into 54 cult members were arrested, all but 8 were released, and that's all it goes into.
Okay.
Is there any
There's no-
indication that Corbett was part of this cult?
Only that because you were asked after the Corbett house, that you found out that like, that's where the Corbett house, and then the Corbett house was then linked to, like, his will was, the executor to his will was something to do with this church. No one said cult.
Sorry, I thought that's what I heard.
The raid that had been taking place, does it say anything about what these people followed, or
No. Doesn't say
Okay.
anything about the church's activities. These are more official court records. It's just that like, maybe a clerk has added these details in afterwards. Like, there's been a lot of weirdness from this, so they've just added notes and just put that into the same file.
and what about the children? Are there any reports on them?
Nothing.
If it's a church, is it possible to try and see about maybe who was funding this church? Maybe where they were. I imagine because it's a church, there might be some kind of public records as to where they might be getting some funding from.
Are you going to do another one? You've already used up 2/3 of your day.
I mean, I never made the second roll, but I'm not.
Oh, would you
expecting
like
it
to make
go
a second
well.
roll?
Sure, why not?
It's possible.
Hey, there we go.
A 60 out of 20 is not going to succeed, though. No.
Not gonna happen. No.
Oh,
The Does the records for the talking about the raid, did it give an address for this church?
You do have an address for the church, though. Yes.
Okay. And out of character, do you have a handout for this? That way I don't lose track of.
I do, but I've kind of omitted things.
Okay.
Because you didn't get everything.
Okay.
So I'm just going to quickly copy the stuff I omitted onto the GM layer of the handout.
And
there you go.
As a private investigator, how am I able to take these records?
No, these are court documents.
Okay. Okay. Well, do we want to spend more time here to see if we can't figure out anything else? Because
I mean, that's up to you. If you want copies of these, I could probably, being a musician, I could probably write these down relatively quick. Maybe.
What kind of cameras exist in this time period?
I don't.
There's no cameras.
And would it make?
There's no security cameras, I don't think.
No, I mean, like, would it make sense for a private detective to have some sort of camera that he could use to just take a picture of the?
There is a photography skill. I do have
There is
that.
photography skill, and there is one person with that skill out of all 8 possible characters to choose from. The private eye is
And I
the only
chose
person that had it.
Could I take a photo of these notes?
Yes, you can, if you have a camera. Do you want to spend one of your luck points to just happen to have a camera with you?
I would greatly appreciate to do that, yes.
There we go.
I would love to do that.
All right.
One of my 9 luck points. Hey, guys, I have a... Ooh, camera out of nowhere. What's this? No,
Oh, yeah.
Nokia.
The fun part is that this is not a digital camera. You then have to go and spend time developing film and all the other bits. And
It might actually just be faster to just write it.
Yeah.
Just,
You know,
So you're gonna have to set up the tripod and get the bellows set up properly.
have the musician like stand and like hold it up because you can't like point it downward.
So,
Yeah,
so
what's
this,
that
is,
thought?
this is 1920s. So you do have a camera. It'll have the flash bulb, but you have a camera.
Yeah.
If you're in the gaslight Call of Cthulhu, that's 1890s, which you would have the full tripod and the extender and the plates and yes.
See the one with the big flash that always went off. Yeah.
Well, the flash is gunpowder.
Yeah.
to go off to get that light. Yes.
You know, I'm having multiple thoughts. 1, probably quicker for the notes to be taken down. 2, gunpowder in a records room might not be the brightest idea.
No.
3, if you're writing notes, I could probably look around a little bit more.
Yeah, if he is gonna keep looking around, I could probably write down what he's giving me.
Okay.
At least make myself useful because I'm not doing anything else.
Yeah. So we could say that he's writing down notes while I'm doing one more.
Yep.
For what do I? Okay, so the original library check was what linked me to this church. Was it the person who previously owned it had linked it? What was the original link between the Corbin house and this church?
The link between the Corbett house and the church was that the Walter Corbett, the executor of his will, had this person on this church as the executor of his will. That's the only link that was there.
Okay. This other person is. Were there any documents on this other person?
There's no other documents on this other. Oh, actually, you can do a search. There actually may be.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do a search on that. I'm curious as to what's this whole thing is. Library use. That's an extreme success again.
Okay.
Good job.
I know everything, guys.
Everything about everything.
You already live in this library, to be honest.
Courthouse.
Courthouse library.
Okay, so I've got to do that one. I've got to link that one out to people.
Okay.
Okay, so you go back and try to find information about this guy, and because you're in the courthouse, okay, so you went back from the start. Why did we find out about this guy? He was the executor of the will, and there was a lawsuit over his will, and you find out that there's no outcome recorded for that lawsuit. There was no conclusion for that lawsuit. There was a lawsuit over him being buried in his house, but there's no outcome recorded about that.
And I would assume I've been here multiple times, and would I know if that's
irregular?
Shady, like if that's a what?
That's irregular. Yes.
Okay.
So you would knowing courts myself, like everything gets recorded. Like if something passed, it's recorded. If something failed, it's recorded. If it's dismissed, it's recorded. There was no outcome recorded at all.
Okay. So that's clearly strange.
That's clearly it's an irregularity, you could say.
Okay.
What else? The things is there that. I'm just trying to find other bits that you didn't know. The records. Okay, the pastor Michael Thomas is the person that was mentioned in the will. The person who was fighting the lawsuit and the executor of the will. He was the pastor of the chapel. He was arrested and sentenced for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
And on 5 counts of second-degree murder. He escaped prison 3 years ago.
Jeez.
Oh. And there's no other information on him
and
after
there's no
that?
further record on him.
Okay. Let me look at that first initial handout real quick again.
I've just added that to that initial handout for courts and police station. There's also something else which you found. It mentions the Corbett house, but it doesn't mention the Corbetts.
So the house itself, but not the family.
Yes, it mentions a different family. This time it mentions an incident where someone was. It mentions an incident where a resident of the Corbett house attacked someone or attacked a family member with a kitchen knife and was arrested by the police.
Their own family member?
Yes.
Okay. And does it give a name for the family?
The Mercurio family. This is much more recent.
Okay. Tragedy. Would I know if this happens to follow the situation of it being like involved in a tragedy, or is this the tragedy that was spoken of earlier, or?
It seems to be, but you're not really sure.
Okay. All right. I assume this is the last. This is the end of the day.
That's the end of the day of investigation.
Okay. I will turn to the musician and assume. I'll look to the notes and assume that they're properly taken.
As good as they're going to get.
I won't ask for a roll for taking notes. Does anyone else want, so that took 3 parts of the day. We've still got a couple of other segments. Does anyone else want to go anywhere else in your own segments?
Okay, so I imagine my part only took a third of a day, just because you didn't state whether it took longer than that.
Every check was only 1, but yes.
Alright. I mean, I imagine I would take this time to, I mean, it might, mess up. I guess I'm just sort of screwing around on the clock for the rest of the day.
So you're
Filch
doing
isn't the most. Filch isn't the most isn't the most reliable worker.
Okay.
He'll do his job, but yeah.
That's perfectly fine.
Mm.
What's the professor up to?
I'm just gonna go and find the place where everybody's gonna meet up.
No problem. They take a lot longer than you, but they finally arrive with the information. And
I already have tea ready.
And yeah, you've got access to all the handouts. Well, at least all the handouts that you found.
Yeah.
Though actually, if I have all that spare time, I suppose this is a bit of a long shot, and probably not what you expected. Would it be possible for me to, just see if I have any contacts who might know anything about what happened in that time period? Like, if there was anything that happened there that dealt with maybe organized crime in some way?
There's no real contacts in this system. There are kind of ways around things like that. What you can do is possibly just speak to the people in the area.
All right, I could do that.
Because that's kind of what you're asking to do in a roundabout way. You're trying to go to a contact with doing it. I'm saying you don't really have it, but you can speak to people in the area, like go to the street.
I'll ask around.
Yeah.
Is there a check for that, or do I just do it?
You essentially you head to the neighbourhood. You head to the neighbourhood, and the Corbett house sits kind of like by itself, and there looks to be new office buildings around it. It's kind of really eerie when you look at it. It looks like it hides in the shadows between the office buildings, and it's actually quite unnerving when you look at it. While it looks like there's a lot of people that are new to the area, there does seem to be a cigar vendor that has been there for a while in the area.
What was
sorry,
what was that word again?
Cigar.
Oh, cigar vendor. I thought it was
Yes.
one word. Okay.
Cigars and newspapers.
All right.
He looks
I
like
will,
he's been there for a while. Yeah.
All right. I will walk up to this person, this gentleman, and ask him, "Hey, do you know what? Hey there!" And he's gonna put down like a dime and try to buy a newspaper, and he's gonna say, and he's gonna while he's standing there, he's gonna casually strike up a conversation with the guy. It's like, "Hey, I haven't seen anybody in that house in a real long time. I don't know if ever in my life. You know what happened back there?"
So you're totally using a charm.
All right.
You could have done other ways of doing it.
Again, 15% chance of success.
Well, how would you like to approach it? Like how you've explained it yourself is very much what a charm roll would be from.
Yeah, sure.
Would you like to try a different way? Fast talk, persuade, intimidate.
Tell me now.
I pressed the okay. Sorry, I pressed the button.
You pressed the button?
I pressed a button accidentally. Ignore if something came up. Ignore it. Okay. Where's intimidate on here? I'm actually pretty good at intimidate.
There's other ways of
just try to intimidate random strangers into telling me what I want. All right.
Tell me what you know. Tell me now.
All right. Filch is gonna walk up and say, I don't even know how to start with that. So, I think actually he's just gonna try and charm. This is what I tried to do. I don't know if Filch is aware of how bad he is at charming people, but he'll try regardless.
It happens. It happens. Usually the least charming people don't.
Hey, look at that!
They're the least charming.
Nice.
You got a hard success. Awesome.
Hard success.
Nicely done.
Do you want to spend 3 luck and take that to an extreme success?
Wait, is luck not a dice roll? Is it just a...
Well, it changes it from 6 to a 3 if you spend 3.
If I spend 3 luck... And... Wait, so... Oh, okay, that's what that is.
Yeah.
I'll keep it at a hard. I think I need
Okay.
to... I think I'll save my luck.
Damn. It's like in D&D 5th edition. It's like, do you want to do a move action? And if they say yes, okay, attack of opportunity. That's
Yeah.
always trying to lure people into that one. Okay.
It's... Yeah.
So you get the name that the person's called. Sorry, where am I? The person is called Dooley, Mr. Dooley, and he explains that the Macario family moved in there a couple of years ago, but after a year of moving in, the father had a serious accident, and shortly after went violently mad. They say he babbled about a haunting or something. But about a month back, the old lady, Mrs. Macario, also went mad. Mrs. Macario is the husband. So Mrs. Macario is with her husband now. They're both at the sanitarium. The kids were taken by the relatives, though.
You know which sanitarium it is?
Well, I think there's only one sanitarium, the Roxby.
Ah, well, I mean, yeah. Alright, well, thanks for that. You wouldn't happen to know who these relatives would be, though, would you?
No, I from what I heard is that they had well, I didn't really hear. I saw their plates on the car and it was out of state. So
Yeah, figures. Alright, well, thanks, man. He's gonna give him an extra nickel, and then walk off. Yeah, 5 cents.
no
and-
one thinks to check out and just ask the location, ask around.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still taking notes and still writing things down.
No, it's just like like you present with options, but no one like just goes to the location, just ask around. It's a common thing.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay. So after that, I still have a third of a day, I suppose. So might as well go to the sanitarium.
Okay.
Assuming I'm not cutting off anybody else from doing anything. Like, as in, like, assuming there's nobody else who wants to cut in and do something.
I think the only other person here who could have the time to do anything would be the scholar.
Is how would you like to try something else, or you're just going to be waiting?
Let's see.
You can meet up with Harrow, and you can both go
That could work.
to the sanitarium.
He'd probably
that sounds good to me.
He'd probably be more useful in a sanitarium than I would be.
Just like being more useful at the Boston Globe.
Yeah.
Although you could have just done the intimidation on the editor on that. That's happened before.
Yeah.
Where am I? Sanitarium. I'm working off PDFs and other things as well. This is a weird way I've set this up because not many people go to end up in the sanitarium.
No.
It's just kind of how it works. I've got the
Curveball, left and right.
I mean, we're all gonna end up in the sanitarium anyways. We're playing Call of Cthulhu.
Some of you
Yeah,
may
we
be
get there
dead.
at some point.
If we
Yeah.
Get there.
survive,
He's just getting there ahead of us.
Some of you
If
may
we
just be
survive.
dead.
I mean, that's true as well.
So when you go to the sanitarium, I've actually got this too. When you go to the sanitarium, you just like with the Boston Globe, you have to meet with the warden to gain access. Because I'm assuming you're trying to gain access.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So the warden Hargrave is a stern woman who, like, immediately you think this is not going to be an easy thing to do. Like, it's not going to be an easy way to get through this. And so she says, So you're looking to speak to one, or is it two of our patients here? Is that correct?
Well, yeah. Two, ideally.
Interesting. You do know this is a sanitarium. We don't have visitors hours.
Well, I mean, like it's not. We're trying to deal with an ongoing investigation here. This is like if you get in our way, there could be some kind of consequences. And I will attempt. Yeah, I will attempt to roll intimidate.
I just love the face palm. The instant face palm's like, no.
I can picture both you and the character doing the same face palm. Like, oh god, I can't believe he did that.
Why did you invite me along for this?
But he passed.
All right. Well, I got a success.
It's like, look, Vitrello, which is the husband, Vitrello Mercurio, he's, from what I hear, he's not having a good day, and he's in isolation. You may be able to arrange to let you speak briefly with Gabriella, his wife, but only if she's having a good day. If she has a turn, we'll have to ask you to leave. She's in a delicate mental state, and has been since she's been here.
Okay. Well,
her husband is more violent.
Yeah, he might be a bit trickier to deal with. We'll talk to the dame first. And we'll, yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
Professor, I imagine you'd probably be better at that than I would.
Yes, please don't intimidate.
I wouldn't be able to do that anyway with a 15%.
Like, yeah. Hey, you insane person, get it together and tell me what's going on. That's not gonna work.
Yeah. So you led through the insane asylum, and it's this, like, it's not a nice place. It just really, the atmosphere and everything is just wrong. There's like, everyone's screaming, everyone's like manic, and like you can just hear everything going on. And generally insane asylums are locked away from the world. This is not normal. This is really, really crazy. And it's really, like, for someone that lives in an office, it's not normal. It's really bad. You're led to, essentially, at the back of one of the halls, a steel door with a slot. And the guard or the orderly, essentially, that leads you down there says, now, I've been instructed that if she has a turn, then you'll be asked to leave. Please be delicate. With Gabriella, she's not quite there. But then again, most of our patients are not quite there. And so he opens the slot, and inside you can see padded walls where there's like drawings on the walls, and there's a lot of it's obvious that there's like iconography on the walls that have been drawn on the walls. What it's been drawn with, you don't really know, but there's quite a bit of iconography on the walls. And there's a woman in her maybe early, like late 20s, early 30s, just sitting there, just rocking forward and back, rocking, and all you can see is the back of her.
Can I take an occult check on those?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Filch is gonna peek in and then pat the professor on the back and says, "You go get her."
I fumbled it.
Hey, there you go.
Oh gosh, consequences.
Yeah. Firstly,
I'm taking some
can I get a
psychic damage.
sanity? No, can I? No, it's not, there's no psychic damage. That's not a thing. It's called a sanity check.
Get it right, Harrow.
Can I get a sanity check, please? So it's up the top. It's right at the. There we go.
I failed.
Okay, you only failed by 2. Would you like to spend a couple pieces of luck or burn your luck to lessen that to a success?
Yes.
Okay, so take away 2 luck, and so you
down to
pass your sanity check. Although you're still convinced that the walls are filled with satanic iconography, and it looks like it's dried blood on the walls that she's written it in, and she's just rocking there, forward and back.
Well, I do say, do not look at those rooms. That's some mighty awful stuff, that is.
She's also mumbling and babbling at the moment, and I just checked. You chose the professor, not the other one, and you don't have Latin, and you can't understand what she's saying.
That is fine, I guess. I don't think I want to understand what she's saying.
Are you saying the criminal also doesn't know Latin?
Well,
I'm so surprised.
there's only
Hey,
one.
I know a couple words. I know pro bono and habeas corpus because I heard them before in the courthouse.
Modus operandi.
Modus operandi, yeah, that one too.
Yeah. But I do know that the academic has Latin. So yeah, I knew there was like strengths and weaknesses, and unfortunately she's shaking back and forth, and she's mumbling, and she's saying something repetitively, almost as if a ritual or a prayer or something, and there's something that keeps on being repeated constantly in that, but you don't really know what it is.
All right, I guess I'm gonna try to beckon her over, like kind of persuade her to come closer. Just like, oh, hey, dear, could you come over here for just a second? I just want to talk.
She just keeps on repeating the same thing. Like she all of her babble goes to one focus, which is that same repeated thing over and over and over and over.
Well, your turn.
What are you looking at me for? Okay. He's gonna scratch his head and go like, shit. All right. All right. Could I all right, this might be more psychoanalysis, but could I feasibly use psychology to figure out what she might respond to?
Without having to do a roll, lots of care.
Well, I mean the psychology roll, yeah.
You think
I'm
she's
just asking if
bonkers.
that is an applicable use of the psychology roll.
You can do it, but I'm just pretty much going to say, look, she's going to take a lot of time and a lot of care,
All right, sure.
like a lot of professional care.
Respond to as in something we could use to get information out of her, is what I was saying. But all right, I'll.
Yeah, okay. If that's what you're looking for, yes, you can do a psychology roll for that, or your psychoanalysis for that. Yes.
Psychology or psychoanalysis? Because my psychoanalysis is 1.
Well, you are trying to. Psychology is motivations. Psychoanalysis is the correction. So yes, I could do
All right.
psychology. Yes.
All right, cool. Let's do it.
Let's not do it.
All right. So, all right. Filch is gonna like look around the room and look at her and be like, and he's gonna look at the guard and he's like, well, I'm not getting anything else anyways.
Do you
So
want
he's
to try to push the
gonna,
roll?
yes, he will.
How?
And he's gonna like sort of walk into the room.
No,
and
the
close-
room's locked. The door hasn't opened.
Oh, okay.
It's just a slot.
All right. I was just wondering. I thought so. All right. And he's gonna say, "Hey, you, get over here. Hey, look at that." And I will use for this one. I will use the 3 luck points to bring it down to extreme.
Okay, so she snaps out of saying...
Ignore that second roll.
Yep. She snaps out of saying that and suddenly starts saying it in English. To that.
By his own weapon is the devil worsted. All right.
And she doesn't move, she snaps out and then she says that once and then goes back to her rocking and then everything goes back to where it was. And we'll end our scene here where I think all bits have been used up for the first day. Did I mention that
right.
The job has to be done by tomorrow morning?
No.
All right.
No.
No, you did not.
You did not.
I swear I did.
I don't remember that. Otherwise, yeah,
I
but
think
that's
we
okay.
would've-
That's okay.
That was.
I think we would have taken up less of the time of the day.
That was not written down on the meeting Mr. Not thing. But all right.
Yeah.
Well, we're on a time crunch, guys.
I'm
But
not
no,
on a time
you-
crunch. Whoever
pretty
got
much-
this job is on a time crunch.
I got at least 6 hours of sleep last night, so I'm fine.
6? You're a musician, should be less.
No,
you're
I'm the
Okay.
criminal. He's the musician.
Should have been 3 for the musician.
Probably less for both of us.
Probably, yeah.
So you actually got a lot of the information. As I said, almost nobody just goes down to the street and checks and talks to people.
Mhm.
And that leads to the asylum, which then leads to other paths. But the extreme successes that you got on some of your libraries gave you more things from other places, which you didn't need to go to. Hence the names of some of the handouts and different things. But did well. And we'll have a quick break. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for the followers as well. We'll be back shortly and we'll then go into the second part of the haunted house, where we actually go into the haunted house in darkness.
Total
This is
awesome.
gonna be fun.
It's totally going to be fun. I like
Don't worry,
playing
guys.
with GM.
I've got a flashlight. No, wait, no. I have
No,
a
you-
camera.
You-
I have a camera.
So
Constantly just
Take the pictures of all the horrible eldritch monstrosities that will break your mind.
Oh, yeah.
I'll ask a stupid question, but I could save it for when we get back.
Yeah.
I can save it for
No,
when.
you can
Have-
ask
It's
have
a
a
about
question.
what we can. It's about
Have
what
a-
we can do in game. I was only gonna ask because I do know it said that we got $25 advance. I was gonna ask if we could use that money to buy flashlights.
Well, you can always have free things, and that's what you have for. Like, that's what the luck is there. So to have a
Okay.
camera, spend a luck there. Oh, that's right. I have a camera.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
$25 would have been enough to buy a camera, though.
Yeah, but like you have these you pre
Yeah,
your
yeah.
body. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
I thought maybe we could do it with
You just don't
buying
wanna
it
have
without
luck
having
spent.
to spend the luck. I have
No.
6. I have 6 luck.
You got a point.
I've used 4 things of luck already, and I still have more than you.
Yeah.
50% more than you.
Yeah.
And I love that the game specifically states to not feel bad about choosing characters randomly. Just target the person with the lowest luck.
Yep.
Specifically
I'm hanging
says
on
that.
to that.
That's a rule for the GM.
You can play your songs as you go out.
Yeah,
Play
I'll
songs
play
as
on
you
the
go
street corner. I'll have a sign. We'll play for flashlights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the system. I love how it's written like that way. And it's good because sometimes you feel bad as the GM or the keeper in this case. to pick a player. So small, you have a luck skill.
Yeah.
I will say this: when you're playing a long-running campaign, though, that luck dice that you roll at the start is you have that times 5.
Yeah.
So for a long-running campaign, you have a lot more luck, but you
Makes
don't
sense.
usually get it back. It's longer term. So yeah, there's that. But we're going to be back. So check out the amazing sounds of the shaking it from Syrinscape.
That was the break?
No, we're going to be on break right now. So we're right
Okay,
back.
cool.
Hi, welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us for our break. We do this break at like the end of the first act, just because the second, third, possibly fourth act should be played concurrently, because we try to build tension through that stage, and if we then have a break during that time, we can lose the tension that we build up. So it's kind of an important way of doing things. I know it's less viewer orientated, but for our cast members, for our players, it's very much to get that tension, get that stress, and get the threat of something's going to happen, which is kind of what Call of Cthulhu is all about. It's about that psychological pressure and psychological drama. So let's switch back to everybody. Hi everybody, welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us and not just running off during a break before the scary starts. I don't think that's actually happened yet, but now that we're doing one-shots again, I'm sure it's going to happen. Okay. I know, isn't that just putting so much ominousness onto what's going on? Oh no!
Can't wait. What's the worst that can happen?
Don't say that!
You go insane
already said it.
or you die. Those are the two options.
Yeah, we know what can happen, guys. Don't worry.
Not necessarily in that order. Not always in that order. Okay. So let's. I've got to stop that music in the background because we're swapping out of the Syrinscape sci-fi, moving into the fantasy one.
You guys get out of here. I'll hold them off.
That's happened.
Really?
Yes.
Great.
You'll see. You may not. Who knows? Okay, so you find yourself in front of the brick building, which is overshadowed by the taller, newer office buildings on either side. The house fronts the street. In the rear, overgrown plantings and a half-collapsed arbour. Access to the rear exists on both sides of the residence. Studying the house, the observer is impressed by the way the house seems to hide into the shadows by the flanking buildings. The windows, and how the blank curtained windows hide all understanding of what lies within. I love that description, really do. So you find yourself standing on the porch of this old building, the same building which is displayed.
Terrifying eldritch curtains.
Yes, eldritch curtains, haunted curtains, totally a thing. So you find yourself on the front porch of this old rackety building, 2-story building, in the middle of more what's the term these days, like for revamping a neighborhood, urban renewal,
something along those lines.
Yeah, 1920s version of that.
That sounds about right. It's a bit of a sprawl.
I know there's a specific word for it, but it's not. That's the one.
Gentrification, yes.
Yeah.
So it's one of the last houses in the neighborhood. And it just stands out by the fact that it hides itself between the other buildings in the shadows. And again, you're on the porch.
no lights on in the house or on the outside.
No lights on.
Well, screw it. I'm trying the doorknob. I just want to try and see if the door opens. I don't want to walk in yet. I just want to see if it opens.
The door is locked.
Okay.
Were we given a key?
No,
when
you
this
weren't.
person told us to check it out?
You weren't given a key.
Is there?
I imagine
there's
it
a
is.
single lock on the door.
I imagine it is a late time of day, like sort of evening. Yeah.
Yep, it's getting dark. It's starting to be dark. Yes.
So seeing that maybe not a lot of people will see them trying to go for the front door. Before we do that, being the experienced acquirer of things he may or may not like be supposed to have,
Professional
Filch is
borrower.
professional borrower. Yeah. Filch is gonna do some of his standard casing stuff. He's gonna walk around the house in a circuit, and take note of any ground floor windows, back or side entrances, maybe damaged wall entrances, wall openings, and any like cellar doors that could be potential entrances or exits.
Okay. Can I get I'll ask for 3 because you got 1 for each side, like side, side, and back. So 3.
Could I?
Yep.
I was going to ask if I could join him in this, but for the purposes of seeing if there's any activity as well in any of the windows or anything like that.
Yep. Okay, so you're going to be focusing on the Windows side thing. So for the first roll, what we'll do is a spot hidden. With we'll do it individually. So a spot hidden rolls for people that's helping case the joint.
All right.
Subtle.
Luckily, I am somewhat good at spot hidden. I got 40%.
I can also help with this.
Hey, look at that. Hey, good job.
Okay. So, how would you like to spend 2 luck to make that a harder success?
While they're doing that, I want to keep an eye out and see if anyone is watching us.
Okay.
Case this joint.
So
which one of us?
I'm casing the you said there's buildings nearby. I want to see, is anyone looking in windows at us, things like that.
Do a psychology roll.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I know you're not thinking that one. With the psychology roll, you're like, when you're looking at the house from the street, it feels eerie looking at the house and seems to hide itself in the shadows. So you think that from standing from the porch of the house, even you're almost hidden from the street itself as the house itself hides. So you don't think anyone enjoys looking at the house. Therefore, you think you're kind of isolated, even though you're just off the street.
Fair enough. I'll take that.
All right.
Which is why the psychology,
not
the spark. Yes. Totally creepy. That's why. Totally creepy. As you're walking around the house, though, Harrow, with George Clemmings, you notice that at the bottom of the house, just the map, top bottom, there's 5 windows along the side, and as you're looking into the windows, you notice one thing. Is that they're not just locked, but all the curtains are put down, and you can't see in through any of them. You can't see any light. You can't see through the thick curtains. Would you like to spend 2 luck, or burn 2 luck to get that to a hard success?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
Yes, I'm good.
And Lion, there's no way you can succeed.
I failed by 18.
Yeah.
That's not, even if I wanted to, I couldn't.
Yeah. So you go through at the back. Can I get another spot?
All right.
For these are the back of the house now.
Good job.
I'll come around.
95.
I'll come around and help with
Hey,
that.
I also wow.
Oh my god!
We all stumble over
You
one
don't even
another.
find the back of the house.
So,
We just appear on the other side.
So for those that,
we're like going across the right side, we turn, and we're on the left side.
yeah.
We have no memory of the back of the house.
I just want to point out that for those watching, I've done some modifications with the colours for the overlay, as you may have noticed for everything. But in Roll20, fail comes up as bright red. And yeah, it's just this whole screen of red. With all the fails.
Let's get them out of our system
Yeah.
now. That's what we want.
So
Hey.
the backyard, as you're looking around, is just overgrown. It's so overgrown with plants and shrubs that you can't find anything of use. And as you start turning around the corner, I'm not even going to ask you for a spot hidden, as you find a side door.
Okay.
And you find yourself at a side door to the house, near the back of the house.
All right.
I'll try that handle. Is it open? Is it unlocked?
It is not unlocked.
Okay.
So it
So
is locked. Okay.
It is locked.
Good to
yes.
know.
Double negatives. Could I peek into one of these windows and just see if I see any motion inside?
You can't see any. There's no windows on this side of the house,
Okay.
and you couldn't see any through the windows before. They're all black. So like there's curtains blocking all vision.
All right.
Okay.
So, in terms of all of the entrances and exits that we've found, there's the front door. There are some windows on the front of the house.
And on the side.
And there's a side door on the side. No windows on that side. We are just blind to the back of the house because we're a bunch of idiots. And then
Doesn't
on
exist.
on the other side of the house, is just a wall. Nothing. No entrances or exits there.
So
Alright.
one side has all the windows. So there's there's a window at the front, and one side has all the windows, which all the curtains are drawn. You can't see in. The back, too overgrown to find anything, and on the other side is where the side door is, which is
Okay.
near the back door, or sorry, near the back, I should say.
I don't recall.
right.
Did you say that there was a second story or not?
2 stories.
There-
Two stories?
Right.
Okay.
So,
Is there where to maybe climb up to the second story, like at a tree or a porch that we might be able to climb up and get to maybe a window that's higher up?
Climbing is difficult, and there's consequences to falling.
I imagine there would be. I just want to know if there's somewhere to see up there. Like, is there somewhere to climb? If there is not, then that is okay as well.
There's no real obvious. There's no tree leaning up against the house or anything along those lines.
Okay.
There's no ladder that you could find in the backyard.
all right. Though that does beg the question. You said all the windows are in the front of the house. So there's no windows on the second story of the sides and back.
On the second story, there are windows. Again, there's windows on both sides.
Okay.
On the second story.
Are there any bushes or things that could feasibly break the fall of somebody jumping out of those windows?
There's possibly, but it depends on how far you jump out of the window.
All right. I think we've
Or
cased enough.
fall out of the window.
Yeah. I think we've cased enough at this point.
Yeah. So you have a front door, you've got a side door. There's some windows.
Both are locked.
Yeah.
All right. Filch.
Does this house have any fencing of any kind?
It's pretty much blocked by 2 office buildings.
Okay. Is there anything? My thought is I could, because both doors are locked, right?
Yep.
Could possibly get something to wedge and then force a door open.
Do you know what my job description is?
I mean, yes.
Does he look like he knows what your job description is?
Yes, but I was broadening the options we have in case something fails.
Sure.
Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
All right. Filch is going to kneel down to the side door, and out of his pocket take like a little bobby pin or a nail or something and a screwdriver, and attempt to jimmy the lock open.
Yep. Do you want to spend a luck point to have those items?
I mean, I was just using that as an explanation for how I could use the lockpick skill,
Yeah.
but yeah,
No
I
problem.
get it.
Yeah.
All right.
So you have items to try to open up. Can I have a lockpicking,
Locksmith.
please? Locksmith.
Yeah. All right. Filch is going to get a little bit.
Would you like to push
he's gonna.
the roll?
I'm tempted.
But how?
Though. The first thing that comes to mind is picking up a brick and throwing it through a window, but
No windows on this side of the house.
through the door, like just smashing the lock with a brick.
Okay.
but-
Can I have a brawl, please?
Brawl.
Yep.
Okay.
Fighting brawl.
Okay. Fight and brawl.
God, if you, oh my God.
Wonderful.
Oh boy.
Boy, I'm glad that failed so miserably.
Yeah. So there are consequences to stuffing up a push roll.
Yeah.
And as you essentially throw the brick at the lock itself, you throw the brick, hits the lock, hits the door, bounces back and hits back at you, and hits you in the shin, and take 2 points of damage. And I know that doesn't sound like much, but
Yeah.
please keep in mind that these characters, have between 9, I think 13's the most. Hit
I have
Nine
13.
Yeah. So,
I think I have 12.
yeah. 2's a lot.
It's pretty not the best. But
At
all right.
least like a sixth.
All right.
Okay,
So, while
Filch
Filch
is gonna grumble and then just scratch his head and go to the front of the house.
while Filch is walking around to go to the front of the house, I'm just gonna take a kick at the door and try and bust the door jam.
You're gonna limp a little bit.
I'm gonna take a kick at it. You want a fighting brawl?
Fighting brawl.
Damn it!
Yeah, we suck.
So nothing happens. You kick the door and it doesn't move.
Could I try the idea I had before?
Which was
Get something to wedge into between the door and the door jamb to force it open.
you can try to do a search around the backyard. You think the backyard's probably the only place to search for something like that.
Okay.
You will
What
need a
about the,
hard success though in your spot,
Okay.
because
And,
it is that
uh,
overgrown, and no one found anything in the original.
Would this be spot hidden?
Spot hidden, yes.
Can I help?
But you need a hard success.
I will spend 2 luck to make that a hard success.
Okay. You find like a garden stake, which was made out of, it looked like maybe even a piece of railroad that's been then converted into a garden stake in the bushes, and it's just this big bar of iron, like steel or
Okay.
iron. It's heavy, but you think it would do the job.
Okay. I will bring it to the side door, since that's already been kind of banged up a bit with a brick.
Yep. And you'll have advantage for this, which means you do your normal roll, then do a normal, do an added D10 roll. I'm just getting common dice rolls on all the character sheets now.
Okay. What would this be?
It's as you can choose between locksmith, because you're kind of jimmying a lock, or you could do maybe fighting brawl. Anything you think is applicable. Like a lot of the times it's open to how you approach things. Charm is not going to work.
Charm that. Charm that door.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a really stupid question. Can I look and see where the hinges are on the door? Are they on the inside or the outside? Because the hinges are on the outside, we can pop the pins out.
It's actually really smart.
I'm asking.
Somebody has to be smart in this group. Somebody has to be.
do a investigation or again spot. Actually, no, because you're specifically looking for something which is either obvious or it's not.
Yeah.
And it's obvious, yes, there's hinges on this side.
Okay. All right. I'm going to point that out. That, guys, we could just pop the pins out of the hinges and the door will come off the other side. So find something we can jam in there and nail those pins out.
I mean,
Or
the
you can just
criminal
attack
has
the
a
hinges
screwdriver.
with your bar.
Yeah.
Why
Beat up on
does
those
the musician know how doors work?
I've gone through lots of doors.
You've been throwing out plenty of doors.
He does
I've been
exist in
thrown out.
the 20th century.
I have been thrown out many a door.
I'll use the bar.
Yeah, a lot of dodgy venues where the lock in the bathroom just jams and you can't get out, so you have to pop the hinges of the bathroom. Totally.
They have like a little nail in the corner just specifically for that purpose.
In case of the door being jammed.
So you use your bar to attack the door jams, and you essentially the hinges break, and the door freely comes outwards from the wrong side, but there's a lot of resistance, and as you pull the door back, you notice that there's not just a deadbolt, but there's a couple of latches on the other side. The door was latched from the other side, not just locked.
Oh.
Are we able to remove the door?
And you essentially pull the door back enough so you can get yourself in.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I'll give you a description, but I can't. It's dark.
Who wants to spend their luck for a flashlight?
I got
I think
9.
I'm the only one. I think I'm the only one who hasn't spent any luck. I will spend some luck on either a flashlight or like a Zippo something.
Or like a lamp.
Which one,
Portable
flashlight or
floodlamp.
Zippo? There's a difference in size for this.
There is. I will. Let's go Zippo.
Okay.
I imagine there's a very good chance that a musician might have a lighter on him
Yeah.
more than a flashlight.
We're putting our lives in the hands of a lighter.
There we go.
We are.
He figured out how to open a door.
It is quite a bit spookier than
I'll expand that a little bit further.
I'm gonna keep that bar, by the way, just in case.
just so we have more than one source of light that is just a dinky lighter. Filch will also have like a flashlight on.
So sorry, is that a single luck point for the lighter?
Single luck point for lighter, yep. So essentially
Perfect,
anything that you like as a tool that you think you should have, yeah, it's going to cost just a luck point.
All right.
Just as another way of burning through your luck, it is a short one shot.
Yep.
And so that's the attacking of the door. There you go. But welcome.
And okay, yeah.
You're inside. I'm
All
gonna start
right.
the audio. So
Can I look around for a light switch? I
well,
want to see if lights work.
just inside the now broken door, there seems to be like there's overcoats hanging on the walls. There's galoshes, hats, and several umbrellas. several bags, like there's several bags at your feet just inside, and can I get a spot hidden, please, to see if you can find a light?
This thing was built in 1835 and hasn't been lived in for how long?
I should point out,
Cool.
I will spend a luck point for a flashlight. So we have more than one source of light.
Okay. Flashlight's a little bit more light than a Zippo.
And a Zippo. But a Zippo can start a fire.
There you go. We get to burn down the house that we are contractually obligated to try and find stuff out about, to not burn down.
Yeah, there's no issues to resolve if there's no house at the end.
That is true.
There you go. So you have a little bit more light with the flashlight.
All right, if he's doing that, I'm putting the Zippo away because it's a bit more.
Aww.
It's a bit more limited on fuel.
Oh,
I would think. Plus, I don't want to burn my delicate fingers. I need these for playing.
That's true. That's true. Very true.
God, they changed how scrolling works.
All right. As the person who has the light, I should probably be going first.
So couldn't find a light.
I mean, I was the only one that looked. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
no.
I was the only one that
And
asked.
that was as the torch was being fumbled for.
Yep.
Now that I should probably look for it as well. Look for one as well. So spot hidden would be that. Yeah, look at that.
Just a success. Yes, you find a light. I'm just going to see if I can do.
I flicked said light.
Hey, it's working. I'm using new macros, which I've never used before.
Okay. Cool.
All right. So we got a little light. Okay.
So now the light's coming through the room a bit more. You notice that sack, the bag just inside the door, inside it looks to be coal, lumps of coal. And this is what's
Someone
called
was
a
especially-
mudroom.
Mudroom,
All right.
I assume that means the room where you would clear your shoes off.
Yeah. So there's
Okay.
umbrellas, there's overcoats, there's galoshes. Yes.
All right.
And sorry, I assume the exterior was here.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I don't run back outside accidentally.
Yeah.
If I'm running outside, I want it to be on purpose.
I believe you said that there was bags in here as well.
Yes.
Was it just coal?
Several bags of coal. Yep.
Okay.
Do I remember you saying anything about coats before as well?
Yep.
Or-
There's several
any-
coats.
Sorry.
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. The.
Everyone's so
see,
nervous.
Gee, I wonder
Oh
what.
no, I was just yeah. Okay, I forgot my own character's name for a second. Filch is going to rifle through the pockets of these coats to
Okay.
see if anybody left some spare money in there.
Okay, cool. Can I get a spot hidden?
All right.
Phillips, there is a time and a place.
Old habits, man.
Hey.
God.
Okay. You don't find find anything there. You do notice one thing. There's two coats for obviously for children. One looks to be more a feminine coat, and there's another one that looks like it hasn't been touched for a while, which is certainly a man's coat, and it seems to be like it hasn't moved for a long time.
All right.
But you don't find anything. But you do notice that is certainly a.
And the rest of the coats, everything has the same amount of dust on it, other than maybe what we've touched.
Everything has the same amount of dust on it, except for the man's coat, which looks to have more dust on it.
Okay.
Hey, look over here. The looks like the dad had didn't use his coat for a while. Didn't they say that didn't somebody say that the dad got put away before the mom did?
I thought they did say that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Suppose that
Alright.
makes sense. Checks out.
This is why we investigate first.
Mm.
Mm.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess. Do we keep going in?
I mean,
Yeah.
we're literally here to figure things out, so I think that's part of the job. Yes.
All right.
So you move into what is obviously a hallway.
Uh-huh. Mm.
And not wanting to be the last one in, I will go in.
Well,
That's
that's the
already
thing.
left in
You
the
want to
dark.
either. That's the thing. Or the thing. Nobody wants to be the first one in, but also nobody wants to be the last one in because that's who gets like,
Correct.
grabbed.
Arrow?
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, I
Are you
definitely want to
left
be in the middle.
dark?
Well, right now you're still in the room we just left.
How are
You
you going to be
can,
left in the dark? Everyone's taking their torches and leaving.
Arrow.
Professor,
I'm going to follow the nearest light source.
All
gotta
right.
be the musician.
Oh, so when we tried to turn on that light switch before, nothing happened?
No, the light switch turned on. It brightened the
And the
room.
light did? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I thought that's what happened. Just
Yes.
making sure. Okay.
Was it only in that room?
Only in that room.
You know, a hallway
I'll look for
would-
another light switch.
Yeah, having light in a hallway seems like it'd be useful.
Could I turn off the one in the coat room or the mud room? That way there's
Why?
less light leaking out. Because we're trying to be somewhat quiet and not noticed. I feel like a light escaping through a massive doorway on the side of a house of a shady
Let's-
building.
We don't have
Let's
reason to
find the
believe that there's
next-
anybody here. Or, well, I
Find
mean,
the
yeah,
next
the
light
exterior.
We
first.
they
literally
might-
broke into a house.
Yeah, it is a good point. Yeah.
Guys, I took a look around. No one was looking at this place. I think everyone just wants to forget this place exists. So
Uh,
I think
I don't
we
think
should
they're going to
keep-
notice it, but let's find the next light switch before we turn that one off.
Can I get a
Yeah.
spot hidden, please?
All right.
Wow.
It's, I mean, yeah.
really teetering on that edge of a
Yep, right there. I'd like to flirt with
What?
failure,
Okay.
man.
All right,
Can-
let's.
Oh,
I don't
Lion?
know.
Do you-
Do hallways even have light switches?
Lion?
Some do.
Lion, can you roll D10, please?
All
As
right.
you actually have advantage on this roll.
So just
So
roll
you
twice.
roll-
Could take the better.
So, no, 40. So the 4 that you rolled is a 40. So 40 plus what you rolled.
Oh, that's how that works. Okay.
Yeah. So you rolled 45
Okay.
in total, which is still a failure.
Good.
Just
Unless
wanted
you
you to
wanna
know,
spend
you
5
still
luck.
fail.
And no.
No, you don't want to spend.
Um,
Okay, no problem.
Walking around in darkness is not appealing, but better than dropping to the bottom of the
Yep.
luck line, I guess.
I'm
Is,
just going to keep looking around, following the wall.
Well,
could
there's a
could
wall.
could I make a I don't know if that would really work or not. Never mind.
Hey, guys, I think I might have found some stairs.
Yeah, looks like stairs.
Yeah. So the stairs that go up.
All right.
Good job, James.
I'm going to back off now because, again, I'm not going to be the first one going up the stairs. I'm just here for a hired hand.
We should finish checking out like the bottom floor before we get to the second.
Harrow, can you use your character? Have you got access to it? Can it move? I just noticed that you're not actually moving.
I completely forgot I could.
All right.
He's keeping an eye on things.
Yeah. He's the lookout.
So I'm going to do the same thing, going the other direction and just follow the wall. I'm going to keep a hand on the wall because, like, just in case my light goes out, I know where something is.
Okay. So, you're moving along the wall, moving along the hallway. You do see light bulbs spaced along the hallway. You've seen 2 so far above you, but you haven't been able to find the light switch.
Okay.
About halfway up the hall is another room to the side. This room contains old furniture, which some of it's been broken, like legs been broken off. Others, like the back's broken, and it's just mostly like furniture or wood that's been used for other purposes. It looks like it's been deliberately broken and to be used for other purposes.
Okay. Knowing that there's another doorway here and how houses normally are, I imagine there would be a possibility of another light switch, so I'm going to check again.
Yep.
Nope.
Good job.
It happens.
Yep, it does. It really does. And you thought the backyard was where everything was.
I find a light switch, possibly.
Yay!
And the sad thing is I don't even have a terrible spot hidden. I just can't roll.
Yeah, well, we're just the worst.
For the room itself, but not for the hallway.
All
right. Is there anything?
Again, I want to keep going along the wall. I'm still trying to get a.
What kind of room is this?
Yeah, what's in? Could we see what's in this room?
Inside the room is old, broken up furniture.
Okay. Is there anything else in there? Like
It's stacked.
Does it seem like it's stacked anywhere specific, or is it just thrown about?
Thrown in, stacked, and looks like it's been repurposed, broken up, maybe to fuel a fire or something.
Well, all right.
I'm not moving too far away from people because I'm scared shitless.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make sure I can stay relatively close.
Seeing what the furniture was, would I be able to make a guess as to what this room might have been for?
Just storage.
Okay.
It looks like maybe original furniture that's been broken up and just stored, repurposed.
Okay.
All right, so I see another doorway.
Yes.
Is there another light switch?
Do another search and fail. Maybe you may not fail. You did fail. Okay.
I did. Very badly.
Oh God, we're just blind. Fuck, alright.
Okay. So you find line. You find a light switch, and as you as you flick the light switch, you hear this, and the lights actually go out.
The lights for the hallway or the lights for the room?
The other lights go out.
Everything.
All the lights? Shit.
You shorted the electricity, didn't you?
Hey,
there's your fumble.
how was I supposed to know that the light that'd make the lights go out? Most of the time when you most of the time you flick on a light switch and it works.
Take out your flashlight.
I have my flashlight out.
All right, lead the way then.
Alright, fine.
Oh, are you okay being able to move your character? Like the token? Does it work, or have I done something wrong?
I can move.
I figured it out.
You got it? Okay.
Alright.
I just didn't...
What is in this room?
I don't know.
So sometimes I don't assign the token, so I'm just making sure, like this, like okay,
that happens.
a lot. So this room is filled with boxes and rusted water tanks. An old bicycle sits along the wall. At the end of the room, though, is a cupboard that seems to be boarded shut.
Now that we're in this room, could I see as to what might have thrown everything off when it came to electricity?
Do you want to do an electrical repair?
I want to try.
I don't know how low they are.
There's a chance. That's
There's
the thing.
always a chance.
There's always a chance.
Always a chance.
And I failed nonetheless.
69 out of
That's what I'm
10.
talking about. I would not have done much better.
Would you
Not
like to
even
push
trying
that
it.
roll?
I would have done exactly the same.
Would you like to push that roll
Do I?
with
know
electricity
what?
involved?
Punch the circuits into submission.
I was thinking about
Someone-
it, Fonzie style.
Someone's got to be the first to die, so it's okay.
Can I push it with a brawl?
Yes,
Just
you can.
brute force it.
Yes, you can.
All right.
Oh my god.
Hey,
Barely,
look at that.
barely, just barely,
As you
barely
punch
skate by it, guys.
Why is it always brawl? Always brawl.
If at
Like,
first
well,
I don't
that's-
succeed, punch
That's the logical next thing from like, oh, I tried the reasonable thing and it didn't work. I'm gonna punch it.
it. At first you don't
I'm gonna
succeed,
get angry
use brute
and
force.
kick the
Yeah.
crap out of it.
Like, I'm saying this because you're not the first person that's used brute force on the lights.
It's like when you used to smack an old TV.
Yeah.
If it works, it works.
So the lights switch on in the room, and you can see down the hallway that the other lights turn themselves on.
All right, so that must be a loose wire. Don't touch that switch again.
But you can clearly
Thomas,
see that the cupboard at the back of the room is isolated, and it's been boarded up shut.
Thomas, proud of himself, just like,
Did
His
we
fist
bring
was
that bar?
actually smoking. He actually had to blow it off.
Did we bring that bar?
I do have it, yes.
Big bar from. Okay, see if we can open this thing up.
Yeah, can I-
Phil
Crowbar
gestures
style?
towards the cabinet.
That'll be a
yeah,
brawl.
Can
what, if there's,
Yo.
I don't
Also
know if
steps
there's
back.
an assist on this thing at all. Is there a way to assist someone with it's a big pry bar?
Yeah, I'll allow to assist with the pry bar. So assist, so you have the extra dice. So do your normal roll, and then you can have like an extra d10. So you've already got hard.
yeah.
Roll
I'll
again
roll a
if you
D10.
roll a 1 out of d10. You did. So that's a 9.
All right.
Oh wait,
Well
no, is it
done.
9? Wait, no. That's still a 19.
Okay,
still
well, I mean,
19.
I still succeed.
Yeah.
I still succeed.
Yeah. So it's still a hard succeed at that.
Yeah.
So you take off the boards of the cupboard, and inside you find 3 books. Just
Fair
sitting there as if they haven't been touched for a long time.
More dust than the coats.
No, it's just because this has been sealed, so there's no dust to settle.
Okay. Is there anything on the covers?
Nope.
Hey, Professor, you want to look at some more books?
Yeah, I'm down.
I'll have at it.
1, 2, or 3.
All of them?
Okay.
Well, I mean,
Can I
looking
get-
at a bunch of different books might take.
I'll look
more
at the
time.
first one first.
Okay.
Number 1 first.
So number 1, inside the front cover, it's clearly a diary of a Mr. W. Corbett.
Mm.
Can I have a library use, please? This is more of a
I
skim
swear to
than
gosh,
anything.
if I failed that.
Very nice. Very nice. Very
So
nice.
as you skim through it, it talks about a few different things. Talks about being able to procure the house, and it kind of hints that he got it for a steal, but nothing more. Do you want to go to the second book?
Yes.
So another library use then. So again, this is from
Nicely
Walter
done.
Corbett, a second diary. Now, the tone shifts a little bit more here. It talks a little bit about working with the Chapel of Contemplation. It talks about the locals not appreciating what he's bringing to the street, and talks about the lawsuit. It talks about the succeeding in the lawsuit. There's quite a bit of gloating when it comes to that. You get the impression that he was a lawyer himself by the gloating and how he talks about the legal intricacies.
Okay.
Would you like to try the third book?
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Make a sanity check.
I failed.
Would you
It
like to
wasn't
try
a
to
fumble.
push that somehow?
I actually would.
How, though?
Actually, I don't know if I can.
It's just about being creative. Like, you got to try to find another way.
Punch the book.
That's not.
I don't think that will help me.
Brute force.
There's too much dust on these pages. Ugh!
Although ripping out a bunch of pages, you're going to get a very limited subsection, maybe.
Me?
I don't know. The only other one I can think of is a history check.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll allow a history.
Sure.
Extreme.
All right.
Okay. So,
Get that.
can I get a sanity check, please?
oh god, I knew it.
Not another one of these.
Good job.
I knew it. I knew
This is
it.
the second one.
You rolled well on a knowledge-related check in Call of Cthulhu. You did
I
a
need
good
to
thing.
Change something real quick.
Did he?
I don't think I did. Give me
It
one
didn't-
second. I need to get back to the page.
It was not a good thing.
That's okay. If you double click, if you
Yeah, I just had to get back to the page.
Yep, no problem.
Tiny bit and roll.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
Yes.
So
very nice.
as you're
very
going
nice.
through, using your ability of history to look through and go, okay, so there's certainly a shift. There's a shift in mentality, a shift in the writing. It's not just from the second to the third, but certainly from the first to the third. There's a very distinctive shift in mentality. And it's almost like the Caesars, where they went insane. This is that type of shift of going into insanity. He talks about he talks about something called the calling forth the opener of ways, and about a transition, and that he needs time for that transition. And it's a lot of ranting, a lot of I will get back at the others and other things like that, and the church will help me, and it just gets more and more bonkers and into ramblings, and yeah, it's kind of weird. Take one.
That can't be good.
Take one sanity loss, please.
Oh dear lord.
It's only one.
Only
Good.
one,
Yeah.
because you passed.
That is a pretty good one.
I have a question.
Yes.
I assume probably this is being talked about out loud, probably conveyed to us to some extent.
I don't know. Are you conveying it?
Yes, I'm not going through this alone.
Everyone sanity checks, please.
Oh.
Hey!
I more wanted to ask about the second book, but all right.
No, the second book's fine, but I read the third one out loud. I took one look and was just like, I am not going through this.
Sanity
Why-
check is under the. Just press the sanity thing
Just
under
press the sanity,
Okay.
Why am I not seeing it?
Hey!
because it's up the top.
Why
It's
am I not-
really-
It's in its own box.
Yeah.
On this sheet?
Yep. On
Yeah.
the sheet near the top on the.
If you look
right.
to your characteristics up on the top, it's right underneath that. Next, it's to the right of the Call of Cthulhu logo.
Right underneath the intelligence.
Hang on. Oh, there it is. I see it.
Yep.
Get there eventually.
Okay.
Thank
So-
So
you.
I'm the only one who's going nuts.
This is not going
Well, we're all
nuts.
going a little nuts.
So everyone that passed takes 1 sanity each.
Hey.
Everyone that
Alright.
failed, I rolled and
Me.
I took 1 sanity.
Please.
We're all
so
just
how
going
do I-
a little mad.
How do I mark that?
On sanity, you just put it down.
So
as-
click on your token, click
Okay.
on the blue circle, and then the like -1.
Yep.
I think I,
Yeah,
yeah.
do
Okay.
it too.
Back to the question I was thinking
Yes.
about originally before we started to go a little nuts. So in the second book, he described that he has succeeded, and that was not in the legal document. If I looked over the,
yeah.
if I looked over the books, could I get some idea as to how that had gone away with that? How he might have gone away with that?
How when
he
he's talking about
succeeded, but it's not
succeeded,
written.
was the first lawsuit. The second lawsuit, there's no mention of. In his like,
Okay, so the second lawsuit
Yeah.
is the one that's not recorded.
Yeah.
Okay.
that was the
okay,
one
never
that there was no recording, whether he
Well,
was
then
succeeded or not,
my
because
question,
he's dead, so he can't write about that.
my question is irrelevant.
Okay. So you're going through the house and you find this, and can I get a listen check for everybody, please?
Hey,
Alright.
something I'm good at.
Hey. Hey. Good job, guys.
I like
Fair
how
enough.
fumbles
I'm
even.
gonna fail.
Good job, guys.
I like how fumbles even brighter red than like
Yeah.
the normal fail red. Although
Yeah.
it's not
I
confirmed.
knew I was gonna fail.
And,
There was no way I was getting
bolded.
below a 20 on that.
Wow.
Is there a way I could push that with a fighting brawl?
No, this
Punch
is,
your
this
ears.
Is not
Punch everything around
You,
me.
you slam the wall to get echolocation.
I have my own sonar, guys.
a,
Come on,
failed,
how else do you
failed by
use it?
40, failed by 57, failed by 68, failed by no. There's no way
45,
you no.
Not enough luck to push
Okay.
that.
So you continue. You've got lights on,
Fuck.
at least in these side rooms.
All right.
All right. I will pop out and keep making my way down the wall like I was originally intending to do, because I want to get an idea of this layout first before I want to do anything else.
Yeah.
Could
No
I
problem.
try to look around again?
And you find a light switch,
Hey.
because that's a light switch is at the front door.
So this
That
would be
does
the front
make
door.
sense.
Yep.
All right.
Where to next?
The lights are already on in the hallway, right?
Well, we just turned them on.
I'm
Okay.
assuming you're turning them on.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that would have been what we would have done, I guess,
Yes.
if they weren't on.
Just
All right.
assuming. You got some more light.
Okay.
Okay.
That's nice. Well.
Something on the map which I need to change. That should have worked.
What do you mean there's something on the map that you need to change?
No,
Nothing changed.
No. That's
They
okay.
told us to listen for a reason.
And we're the only ones that are in here.
Yes, totally. The only ones
Yeah.
here.
All right.
But as you're inching
Yeah,
closer,
I'll go in. I'll go in second. Yeah, that's fine.
as you're inching closer, so I've got to do this.
Right in the middle of the pack.
Great. As you're inching closer, this room contains conventional furnishing, radio, couch, stuffed chairs, and shelves laden with gewgaws. You cannot help but notice the unusual quantities of crosses and images of the Virgin and other artifacts. Professor, can I get a sanity roll, please? As you're seeing, like, the similar things that were on the walls in the asylum, which you've totally fumbled on, which are not actually cult material. They're totally just, well, yeah. So you're seeing this what you thought was cult material before, like, all over the place in the living room. So can I get a sanity, please? Okay. So in this case, there's no sanity penalty. It's just you keep the illusion that the Catholicism iconography is cult iconography. This because of the fumble. That's the only reason why I want it. But you're in the living room.
I'm standing at the door, but
I'm checking for a light switch.
Light switch. Don't need to do the search. I'm just going to allow you for the light switch.
Okay.
There you go. Because you've now been in here a little bit longer. It's like, okay, now we kind of know where lights are going to be, etc.
I'm assuming that's a window.
That's a window.
Okay.
So there's 3 windows in this room. And there's an open... It's almost an open corridor. You can see what looks to be a dining room in the next room. A large table takes up the centerpiece in the next room.
All right. Is this an exterior window?
Yes.
All right.
Out of the furniture in this room, is there anything that, like... Is everything still covered in dust? Is there anything that doesn't look like it has dust on it?
Do an investigation, please.
Out of curiosity, I have a question.
Yep.
What is the flooring carpet? Is it wood? Like
wooden floor.
Okay. And
sorry, Mrs.
Oh wait, no. Wooden floor with rugs or carpet. It doesn't. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not.
I'm assuming spot hidden.
Spot hidden, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep. Everything looks.
I passed something.
Yay! Extremely well too. As you're looking around, everything looks like it's been used. Everything looks like it's been again used the same amount. There's nothing that's been used more or less, except for the fact that there's one chair which hasn't been used as much. Like not as recent.
Okay, so it has more dust on it than the rest.
It's less dust. It just hasn't been used as much.
Okay.
I wanted to ask. I would assume I could have been doing it as it's going on, but has there been anything that doesn't have any dust on it, like it has been used at any point recently?
No.
No. Okay.
You said that there was a rug in the room as well.
The normal rug, like just it doesn't really mention, but yes, like.
Okay.
And there's nothing under the rug before you ask. There's no single trapdoor.
It's already 2 steps ahead of us.
Well, an extreme spot here, I'll give you more information. I've been giving you more information for hard or extreme.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Um.
And you can see a dining room with a large table. In the next
I'll
room.
make my way over to that room, I guess.
Yep.
Actually,
I'm assuming turning on the light. Because that's the thing. Now you know
Yeah,
how
it is the
lights are.
thing. I think the assumption is that we're always turning on lights when we can.
Well, I'm assuming because that's kind of what you've been doing when you're doing things.
Yeah.
So this room is complete with a long mahogany table with built-in sideboard, 7 chairs, but there are places set for 3 unused. So the table is currently set. There's scraps of rice soup rotting in a tureen, or tureen, however you pronounce it, like still on the table.
Yeah, whatever that is.
A bowl.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, in this room with all the iconography, the Catholicism stuff and whatnot, did it seem like, because you said there was it was prevalent that there was quite a bit of it in here.
In the living room, yes.
In the living room. Does it seem like it's just around at random, or does it seem like there's a purpose to it, like of some sort?
There's no. If it means they're a shrine, or if they're if it's there for protection or something like that, you don't really know unless you do it in a cult.
Okay.
Yes, I'm classing it religious as a cult because that's kind of how the game works. It's weird like that.
Okay. I'll roll it, but it's not going to go well. No, definitely not. Does it at least seem like there's iconography on every wall of some sort?
I was gonna roll occult as a joke, but I don't want to risk a fumble.
No, you don't.
I have equal chances of fumbling and succeeding on occult.
How did that not work? That's really bad, but yeah. So no, you're not really sure. Like it doesn't seem to be. Just seems to be just in the room.
Okay.
Stupid question. Well, it's not. I mean, the windows. I remember you were saying they were covered with curtains. We can see curtains from the outside.
Yep.
Just pull back a curtain, take a quick look outside.
Yep.
Want me to give you a spot?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
One thing you noticed from the inside, you didn't notice from the outside, is that the window is nailed shut.
Okay. And I look outside. I see outside like everything. Like I see whatever was there, a building or something beside us.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna go over, check the next window. I want to see if it's nailed shut too.
Now you know where to look. Yes.
Okay.
This was the whole. Did you want to spend two to spot it from the outside? It's like, nope, I'm okay. It's like, okay.
I'm
That's what it was.
gonna point that out to everyone else and tell them that the windows are nailed shut.
Would I be able to? I'm sorry.
Seems like somebody didn't want the people to leave,
Or didn't want anyone getting in.
Yeah.
or something like that.
Okay. So you can see the next room is most obviously the kitchen.
All right. Well, let's check it out.
Okay.
I
So,
wanna-
yep.
I was gonna say, I would assume crosses to some extent in the other room.
Yes.
Would I be able to have picked one up and carry it with me?
Yes, you can steal someone's religious iconography.
I mean, yes.
He says that so casually.
And you're not.
You look
even
at it
criminal.
too closely, and the Jesus has like a little squid face.
It's like that doesn't
Little
seem
octopus
right.
face. Oh no. All right. Yeah.
And there was no symbols in the dining room, just the dining room table. Oh,
Just the dining room table, which has got 3 places set.
I remember you mentioning something about there being sideboards in the dining room.
Yes.
I want to go back. Can I open up the sideboards at all?
Yes, and there's nothing in there.
Okay.
While he's
I have to
doing
look
that,
at
You had to check.
while
I had to.
while he's doing that, Filch, going on a hunch, given that there were 2 children in this house, is going to look at the bottom of the dining table.
Yeah.
Is there anything of note? Or is it just just normal dining table?
A little bit of gum, but that's about it.
Figures. All right, there's a long shot.
Yep.
If
But
there
I
is
will
a
say that the gum is at two of the set places.
yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah.
So
Out of the places that are set, the 3 places, where are they set at the dining room table?
Well, it's a massive table that could hold 7. So
Yep.
the places that are set are 2 right next to each other, which have the gum, and then there's one on the end which is close to it.
Okay.
okay, and those are the only ones that are set.
They're the only ones that are set.
So
Is there a chair at the other end of the dining room table? Like,
Yeah. It can hold
the head?
7.
Okay.
all right. Also, again on a hunch, Filch is gonna stand behind the chair at the end of the table, and like look forwards to see what the person sitting there would like have their vision resting on.
The place at the other end.
I mean, like, is there anything on the wall that would like?
Not really. There's nothing that's
All right, figures.
that's significant that stands out.
All right. Well, if
So
that's the
back to the
case-
kitchen. A conventional
Yes.
kitchen with an icebox, wood-fed stove and oven, plus a meager larder. Some of the foodstuffs may have been edible, but it looks like that rats have come in and eaten like some of the
Figures.
bits and pieces.
If there's a light switch, I'd like to flip it, assuming I can find
There
it.
isn't a light switch.
Interesting.
As you're looking around, you do find what looks to be a circuit board, though.
Not touching that.
Yeah. So you find the box of the circuit board, open up, and there's like all the circuits there. And can I get a spot hidden, please?
All right.
From who?
Not at all.
Hey.
Okay, no problem.
I'm not gonna push. I'm not gonna use luck.
No problem.
Did you say from multiple people or?
Yeah, you can. Other people can do a spot. Yep. The same thing. Yep. Okay.
Hey, people are finally succeeding.
Yay! For something that's probably less important. As the circuit board's opened, like it's just a little box and circuit board's open, a couple of you notice that there's one that's flicked across. One of the switches is flicked across. Yeah, the others are normal.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I get a listen, please?
All right. Let's see if I can roll not garbage. Hey, look at that. Very.
I rolled garbage.
As you hear that from upstairs.
Do you guys hear that?
I would like to leave.
Yeah. Yep. What was that?
Might be somebody.
I'm going to.
Might be somebody hanging around up there.
I'm gonna go over to the door and just from like the doorway, I just want to peek at the stairs because I know where the stairs were.
Yep. Stairs are about here.
There's nothing there.
You can't see anything.
Filch is going to reach into his coat and pull out a Colt M1911 45 automatic pistol.
How about you pull out a 5-shot revolver?
Whatever. Either one works.
Yeah.
He pulls out a handgun.
Bend that lock.
Okay.
I'm
I
gonna
be the
go
idiot?
back.
Oh, sorry.
No. I was just gonna say I want to go back to the circuit board. Was there markings as to what that breaker that's tripped off might have done? What's it say it does?
Says basement.
Basement.
Oh, well, I was going to say I'm going to be the idiot to flip the switch.
You gonna flip the basement one? Okay.
Yeah.
You flip it.
I get
Nothing
ready
happens.
with my lighter.
Nothing happens.
I
The lights
know
stay
how
on.
breakers work, so yeah, so I figured nothing eventful is going to happen, but it might do something later.
Yep.
Okay. Is there one marked for kitchen?
Yes.
Or is there just no lights in the kitchen?
There's one
period?
marked for kitchen.
Yeah. But there was no light switch and no lights in the kitchen.
There's
there is
a
an
light
icebox.
bulb in the kitchen. There's no switch.
Okay.
You haven't found the switch.
Clap on.
Different era, I think.
You know, maybe just a bit.
Would I be able to reach the light bulb if I stood on a chair and
Yeah.
just see if it's screwed in all the way? I'm
Yeah.
going to give it a shot.
Balance or climbing or something along the lines?
Where would balance be?
Like
I don't
anything
see
balance
I see
related.
climb.
There is a climb.
Okay. I will give you a climb.
Barely.
Good. It was a barely, but you go.
Yeah.
You screw the light, and it's in tight.
Okay. I think the bulb might be burnt out. So we could either take one from another room or we could just leave it.
I think we should just leave it.
I mean, yeah.
Could I?
Is there?
Could I look?
Sorry, go ahead.
Could I look in the icebox?
You hear something.
All right.
There's something.
Where was that
Where?
from?
Again, it's above you.
Right. So that's
There's nothing in the icebox, but it looks
all
like
of us
maybe
hear it, though?
mold. All of you hear that.
Can I look
Filch,
at the-
Filch will keep an eye on the staircase.
Is there any cupboards?
There's cupboards, and they're pretty much filled with foodstuffs which have been eaten by rats
Okay.
or vermin. There's cooking utensils and things like that. But
So, is there a knife in the
looking
kitchen?
for a knife, yes, you can find a knife in the kitchen.
All right, I will pick up the knife
Hmm.
because after hearing that shit upstairs, I am preparing.
I-
Guys, find something just in case.
I'm gonna see if there's any more knives.
Yes, you can find a knife.
I wouldn't mind a knife.
You pulled out a revolver.
Yeah, but you can never have too many weapons.
Sounds like a fighter over there. I'm going to do something hasty out of reflex. I'm going to flip all of the breakers off, other than the basement.
Okay. Just bear with me.
I
because
get
this
ready
might take
with
a bit
that
of time.
lighter.
What the hell are you doing?
If there's less light for us, there's less light for them.
For who?
Did you not hear the slamming upstairs?
I heard the slamming, but
Yeah. I
it
mean,
could
like,
be the rats that ate all this stuff.
I don't remember rats being able to slam doors.
I don't know if that was a door. It could have just been something knocking off of a dresser.
look. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. They're trespassing if they're here, right?
We're trespassing.
We're here with permission from the landowner.
Technically, yes. Yeah.
So they're in the wrong here if we get in a fight. So by that logic, we should be trying to figure out who these people are that are up there, assuming it's a person.
I can point out several flaws in that ideology. This isn't our land. We broke in. If we fight somebody, neither of us own this place, so it's not in self-defense.
Yeah, so I'm just moving
You get what I'm
character to
getting
get
at?
the light working.
What was that?
I was just moving your character to get the light working properly. I forgot to turn on that your torch works for everybody.
Oh, really?
So you've been
I'm going-
more vision. Everyone else has been working on the lighter.
Oh my god, it's so much easier to see things now.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm going to poke through the doorway and get myself against this wall.
As you poke through the doorway, you see a light switch just on the outside of the doorway.
On this side?
Yes,
Well, he
So
turned
I
off all the
switched to the
breakers.
I
It
know.
was to the kitchen.
I mean, that makes sense.
Why is the light switch on the outside of the kitchen?
I don't know. Maybe they don't want to get.
I'm going back to the wall.
shower.
Look, let's just turn the lights back on, man.
I
Can't see shit in the dark.
we have a flashlight.
Sure, fine.
How long has it been? As a musician, I'd probably know some timing. I'm stretching this here. How long has it been since the first time we heard the noise from upstairs to the second time we heard the noise from upstairs? And has it been longer now?
It's kind of hard to work it out because your heartbeat is at a higher tempo or higher cadence than normal.
Okay. I would like to try and focus on that to just get a rough idea if it's been longer than the the time between the first two. I want to see if he's on to anything with those lights, with turning the breakers off.
You don't think there's anything to do with the lights?
Look, regardless, we can't just stand here all night.
Just
We gotta go.
turn the damn breakers on. If I'm gonna stab something with this knife, I'd rather it not be one of you guys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back into the kitchen and flip the breakers back on.
Okay. So now I've got to go back to the lighting lounge.
I know,
and
I'm
paste
sorry.
All of the...
Nice.
There you go.
All right, and then I will come back out.
And I even assume you turn the lights in the kitchen on.
Yeah.
Why
Now
not?
that you know where it is.
All right.
So again, I'm along the wall. I will work my way towards here.
Yep. Okay, so
Could
who's first up the stairs? Who's last up? So what's the order of the stairs?
I'll be the first up.
I want to go third.
All right.
Well, is that another door there that we haven't seen yet?
No, that's like
Oh,
it's the
the
back
wall, I
of a,
guess.
it's the back of a stairs down.
Oh,
There's stairs
okay.
in the kitchen that go down to the basement,
Fair enough.
but
Right.
it's how the lighting. Yeah, it's. Oh, yeah.
No, fair enough.
So that's how we're going to do that. Okay, I'm going to transition. Just bear with me, because I'm going to have to copy paste.
Yeah, I mean, we got a PI and a guy with a gun. They should probably be on the outside. Me and the
Yeah.
professor in the middle.
Yeah. I'll be in the back, like taking up. I'll be the stern guard. No.
Wait, where did you even get a gun?
You don't
Don't
have a
worry
gun.
about
He's
it.
got a gun. You don't have a gun.
Look,
Not that
in
I know of yet.
Look, in this line of work, it's really safer to have something to defend yourself than something to
You
not.
steal things.
Okay, so if you scroll up, there's the next layer. There's 2 copies of your
Alright.
characters on the map.
Right. Okay. Okay.
There we go.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna hug that wall more still, because why not?
Okay, so you can see what you can see. It's dark hallway. There's a little landing about at the top of the stairs. There's a door to the south.
Can we, I'll gesture for everyone to hold still, and I'll try to see if I can't listen out for any sound.
Can I
Yeah,
have a-
I'll do the same, I
listen
guess,
check,
if he's
please.
doing that.
These have gone so well.
Wrong.
That's a success on my part.
Yep. You hear the rattling of a window close to you.
Does it sound like wind is blowing it, or does it sound like something's shaking it?
Shaking.
In which direction?
Not directly down, but forward and across, forward and down a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Thomas will just gesture, like, for them to quietly follow as he holds what's basically a spear of sorts.
Yeah. So
I'll
the noise
follow.
didn't come from this one. The noise came from the next room across.
Oh,
Oh,
like
Yeah.
this way?
So yes, that way. I'll see if
Okay.
I can pin the map. There's a that way. That's the way. So as you go
and
down
I'm
the hallway,
assuming
you can see windows beside you, curtains drawn. Everything's dark. You can see lights on the ceiling, but you haven't seen a light switch. You haven't investigated. You haven't looked into that.
we're trying to sneak.
If you
I think
are,
that's a good.
Stealth
Yeah,
check,
I think
please.
that's what I'm trying to do at least.
With
Some of you
multiple
have
light
it.
sources, it might be difficult, but
I don't think the
No,
professor
try.
has a stealth check.
The professor
I'll
can't
check.
stealth.
I don't know what the professor. Like, I think the criminal does, and the
yeah, I
private
got
eye
55.
does.
I have stealth a little bit.
I have a bit.
It's not good, but I have it.
Yeah.
Can I push that?
Can you what?
Can I push that?
As the keeper, I'm gonna say, even if you push it, unless you're by yourself, the others are probably going to make it worse.
Somebody else.
Yeah. So, as the keeper, I'm just gonna say, don't worry, don't spend it on something that's not gonna help you.
All right.
Unless you want to go by yourself.
Is that another window there?
That's a window to the outside. Yes, you can see curtains are drawn over it.
Just gonna check and see if that one's nailed shut as well.
Quick glance, yes. Quick move of the curtains,
Okay.
yes. As your light beams out the window into the darkness.
And I see a building next door.
Yes.
Okay.
You're so slow in your movements. Like no one
Yep.
was first.
Well, I don't have a light, so I can't actually see if I'm going to run into a wall or not.
Well, I would be moving more quickly, but I'm the person at the back, so there's not a whole lot I can do there.
Yeah.
I see the
All right,
door here.
I'll stay right beside you. I'll go on this side of the door here.
So if you decide to move behind me, I'm not gonna move back.
Okay, so Olive and Domingo, you look at you with a little bit of light in the room. You can't really see much in there. You're going to need more.
Okay. I got the light. Screw it. I'm going in. I'm going in first. Do I see any switches?
You see, as you go in, you put light into the room. You do see a switch on the inside of the room. Are you going to turn it on?
Yeah.
There you go. The light flickers on. Just inside the door is an old bed frame with bare bed springs on the mattress. It's pretty much it's on its side, leaning against the wall. There's some cupboards around the outsides, and across from you is a window, which you like the coverings of the window seem to be moving just that little bit.
Okay.
I will move closer towards the window with the
Same. I'll
metal
come
rod.
with them because I got.
Could I use the
And
metal rod to
filches.
kind of just like? Sorry.
Okay. Are you trying to just like peer it with the? Yep.
Just kind of like moves the curtain
Okay.
with the rod.
Can I get a spot hidden from everyone but no, put you back. No, go back there.
Oh, sorry, I was
Go right
okay,
back
I was-
there.
All right,
Yeah.
sorry, didn't
Spot
realize.
hidden
Okay,
from everyone except for Domingo,
all right.
Why not me?
because you're looking in the wrong direction.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
So-
PI, no.
How this works is going to be a bit different. So, as Domingo, your private eye is just trying to move the curtains a little bit to try to investigate what's happening in the window. Nobody else notices until it's too late that the bed behind you at the door flies across the room. And because you don't notice it, you don't get a dodge roll.
Who
to
is
avoid
you
being
exactly?
hit. Who is who? Criminal, Professor, and Private Eye are all in the line of fire as it flies across the room towards the window. Everyone in that line are getting hit.
Well, shit.
And our musician, Olive,
Mm-hmm.
can you do a sanity? No, you didn't see it either, did you?
Nope.
So this is the window right here, and
Yeah.
bed is being pushed in that direction?
So everyone in that, is exactly that. Because you didn't see it fly by itself, you don't have to do a sanity check.
Okay, I'll take
Silver
it.
linings.
It's about
Silver
the little
lining.
victories, guys. It's about the little
Tiny
victories.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
how
much-
we're up to the spare bedroom.
How much is this gonna hurt?
A bit. So we don't have that. Oh, there we are. Okay, so individually, Mr. Criminal and Mr. Professor. Let's have this. There is a plus to this roll. Ooh. Ooh.
Probably did.
Okay, we'll do the next one for our private eye as well, and then we'll do out what. Okay, so, ouch. Domingo, your private eye is pushed out the window with the bed frame as it hits you. The bed frame, which has the professor, however, has the professor's character also flown across the room towards the window, but doesn't go out the window. Our criminal, though, Filch, you get impaled by the bed springs as you fly. You don't fly out the window, but you are actually impaled. So, our private eye takes 5 points of damage. Our professor takes 6 points of damage, and our criminal takes 8.
I need to make a constitution roll to maintain concentration.
Wait, so... Okay. Alright, so I take 8 damage.
Not 18,
Isn't there like
8.
Oh, I got a major wound
Yeah,
out of
that's
that
what I
too.
Yes.
Isn't there like a roll I have to make to not fall unconscious?
There's a major wound, and we're not really doing the whole fall unconscious. So does that take you to 0?
Yeah, it takes me to 3.
Then that's okay.
But that is more than half my health.
Yeah, so we're going to be doing major wounds.
Okay.
So everybody that's got hit took I think more than 5 points of damage, which means major wound. So on your character sheet, there is a location dice. So where am I? We're going to body hit location on the dice rolls. Right underneath custom dice.
Out of curiosity, is it if you take more than, or is if you take 5 or more, or is it if you go below half?
We're just doing 5 or more in one shot.
Okay.
Yeah, and for this case, it was everybody. It's a
I don't see
D6 plus 2.
I don't
So
see
the
the
rolls were
location
high.
thing.
Body hit location. That's the
Oh,
thing.
body hit location. That's
So we're in the middle where it's got common dice. So, the professor, your it's your arm which is the issue, which is the main part of the body, and we've got right leg and left leg for the other two. So a little bit of everything.
Which shin did you get hit on, by the way?
probably my right shin. Yeah. that shin is getting that leg is getting messed up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I might walk with a limp after this.
So yep.
So the private eye got hit. You said someone got pushed to the window or out the window?
Private eye at the window.
Yeah.
Out, holding on to the outside with a bed frame in front. The others are kind of underneath the bed or impaled by the bed springs.
If he's doing that, my first thing I'm going to try and do is try and pull him back in. I have to.
Yep. There's a bed frame in the way with people stuck to it.
Can I move the bed frame, or do I have to move them first to be able to move the bed frame to get to him?
You think you're going to have to move the bed frame, which they're stuck on, to get to the person out the window?
I'm slightly confused by like the logistics of what happened. Like, was the bed here and it shot that direction?
Yeah.
Towards that window?
So, bed went that way. Hold on, I'm just trying to draw. Whoops.
Okay.
Bed went that way.
The bed was right here, like right outside of right next to the window, next to the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right beside the door, right where we were standing.
All All right.
That is a stupid place to put a bed.
It is not. It is not the most. It is not. Yeah. Also,
It's a
this
great
room
trap.
is enormous.
I know. Scale is
yeah.
off. But no.
I will try and move them.
Okay,
So I can move
there's
the
a
bed
bar
frame. I have to.
on the floor.
So
Yeah,
did
There's
I
a
get
large
pushed?
bar.
All right.
Yeah.
Did I get rammed to the window as well?
Yes, that's
though
on
not
just moving
knocked out of
characters.
it? Okay.
Basically, I'm curious if I move the bed frame though. They're stuck to the bed, right?
They're impaled.
Yes,
One of
person
them
is-
was impaled at least.
That was me.
If I move the bed with him still impaled on it, am I going to cause him further damage?
You don't know,
Then I have
and
to
you
try and.
don't think it's going to be. You don't think spending time doing a medical check is going
No,
to be good.
I know. I don't have the time. So I'm going to see if I can move the mattress first. Like if I can drag the mattress off the bed frame with him still impaled on it, because that's what he's stuck to.
Shit.
Because at least that's hopefully something he can survive, and I can put him off to the side. I have to.
Okay.
I have to. I have the private eyes hanging out a fucking window. I have to get
Hey guys, don't worry about me. It's totally fine. You know, just freaking hurt my legs or something.
Yep.
So that's what I'm gonna do.
Yep. So do a roll which is applicable for that.
What the hell's gonna be applicable to that?
Yeah. Even if there's nothing applicable, a base ability, like a base stat, like a strength or even size. Size is just your physical.
Yeah,
Putting
I'll
your
give
weight
you
behind it.
strength. I guess that probably makes sense. Yeah, of course not.
Have you got any more luck?
I have not enough to do that. I've only got 5 points.
Does the
I can-
person staying at the
I
window
can push it. Is
want to
the
spend some
is-
luck, or do you want to push it? Pushing it's bad. Less for you,
is
but
the
bad for others.
I know, but is the professor free enough? I'm gonna yell at the professor to see if he's free enough to get off the damn bed and help me with this.
Am I?
Yeah. You
He's not impaled.
You can kind of assist, but it's going to be painful.
On one hand,
But
I
you can
could
see-
feasibly use my other leg to try to kick off the window and push the whole bed frame that way. On the other hand, that hurt a lot, and I don't want to
Yes.
do that.
Somebody doesn't move. I'm gonna pull myself up and kick all of your asses.
How big of a drop is it? Could he just
Second floor.
We're
He's
at second
hanging.
story.
We are on the second story. That's a 10-foot drop, and even
I'm
then,
gonna-
that's 8 feet at most, because you're.
Andy has a bad
Yeah.
leg.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah,
something
I'm
in
gonna
front
yell
of
at the
your
professor.
camera,
If the
Hero.
professor can maybe help me. then
Can
we'll do
I
that?
try a strength to move the
Yeah.
bed?
So what we're going to do is we'll have.
I failed.
I was going to say we'll have both of you people, both those that are stuck on the bed, professional criminal, to try to do an assist. So a strength for
Alright.
both of you. So it's one failed. We'll see if we get another
roll
one.
That. Yep.
Okay. So
Also,
you're
Harold,
all
there's-
trying to push. You're all trying to do it, and everyone's just failing. Everyone's straining. What are you going to do, Thomas? Domingo?
I gave them a warning. I'm gonna try to pull myself up and shove somebody back.
Good.
don't
Harold,
care if
there's
somebody else
something in
gets
front of your
hurt.
camera. Just so you know.
I'm gonna grab that bar too. Because you said that bar was there, and I'm gonna see if maybe I can use it to just pry the bed.
Okay, you can use that as a.
I tried to
tool,
help them.
which then gets an extra dice because you're using a tool for the situation. Essentially, pry bar to pry bar bed.
Yeah.
Harrow, you've got something on your camera or in front of you. Yeah.
Harold.
Yeah, there you go. Didn't know what it was, but yep. So yeah, you can use that. And Domingo, how are you going to try to climb yourself back up to then kick their ass?
I mean, my arms are fine.
Your arms are fine.
Just pull, just like a full lift, I guess.
So a straight strength, not a climb.
Fighting brawl, I guess. Would that be with that?
Well,
Yeah,
if he's gonna
strength.
pull himself in,
There is a climb.
is there a way
is there
for
a
him
climb?
to get in with this bed still there?
No.
Well, that's the thing. I'm gonna try to shove somebody if I get myself up.
Okay, then I gotta try and move this bed.
Yeah.
I'm going for it with the pry bar.
Yeah.
So straight. Can I do a straight strength?
I will say straight strength to keep holding on, but we'll wait to see if the pry bar works first.
Okay.
So
do I
what
wait
would
on
you
that?
like me to do with this pry bar?
Same again, but this time you have
Okay.
advantage because you've got the right tool for the job.
All right, so I do the strength,
There we go.
and
Okay.
you said you
You've
wanted a
already
D10 before, but
You've already got
What?
the hard.
Okay.
do you want me
Yeah,
to do
you
the
get an
D10 to
extreme.
see if it's an extreme?
Okay.
If you would like.
Real quick.
Yes,
Why not?
What's? Okay, sure.
it's okay. Everything's
What
working.
specifically has impaled my leg?
The bed
The
springs.
springs, I think.
All right.
As in we're
Can I
talking
take a
naked
knife
steel
and like
springs.
just cut it?
It's steel
Like very thick steel, or?
because
Back in the
it's
20s,
springs.
they probably would have been, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
It's a bare naked frame of the actual, like the mattress. Instead of being the modern like foams and things like that, it was
Yeah, it's one of those.
springs, like in a
No,
frame.
no pocket
covered-
coils.
Yeah,
One of those shitty ones.
yeah. But
Um.
this is naked springs that have just been thrown at you with the whole frame of the bed as well. So you pry the bed back. No one gets injured with that. Domingo, you can do your climb or strength to pull yourself up to then try to get back into the room.
I would have.
Past, and you're back into the room. I love that trap.
Bad.
I bet.
You know, in the
It's one
morning,
of
the bed
those-
is always a trap in the morning. But this is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that trap.
Yep.
Are they still stuck to the bed? I get the one of them's
It-
impaled to a mattress. Is the
It'll take
professor
some
still stuck?
time. It'll take some time to get off the springs.
I
They
think in my
won't
head,
take any damage, but there are people that are injured. I can see a
I'm
couple
gonna-
of trees there.
I'm gonna stand there with the pry bar in my hands, ready to swing at anything, and I'm gonna see if maybe the PI can. I'm gonna yell at him to hopefully maybe triage the guy, because
Anybody?
I'm
Does anybody talk?
Any first aid?
Good with medicine.
I'm decent at first aid.
Same.
I got 30.
Same.
same. I don't
I've
think
won
that's
that
decent.
It's,
All right,
it's
sure.
better than nothing.
Check first aid rather than medicine.
Yeah.
Is there a difference?
Yeah.
Yes, first aid is applicable here. Medicine is surgery.
Yeah, no, medicine. I'm at 1. So
Yeah.
let's do first aid.
And I think everyone's saying, I'm okay at 30 is like, no, that's your base
Fuck.
first aid. That's
Yeah,
wrapping with bandages.
I'm not looking yet because I'm something through that bed and I'm ready to. And they don't know what the hell's going on, so I have to look now.
Okay, can I get can I get a power roll, please?
What?
From who?
From Olive. You see like as you're looking with your pry bar ready, and everyone else is doing their triage and helping people, failing at it, but helping. You see a dark shape run past the doorway, back towards the stairs.
From one side of the doorway to the other through
Yes.
the hallway?
Yes.
Guys, something's out there. Something ran by the door.
Fuck. Yes. Shit. I guess.
Is there a lock on the door? If I run to the door, is there a lock on it? I'm going to run to the door and check if there's a lock on it. Can I pull the door closed and lock it?
You can pull the door closed. There's no lock on the door.
Can I wedge the pry bar to keep the door closed?
Yeah, you can if you kind of impale the floor in the pry bar and then hook it around.
Oh yeah,
It's
I
not
don't
gonna
care.
need
It ain't my
something.
floor. Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to roll for that?
No, I'll allow it. It's that type of situation.
Okay.
As you pull the door closed, though, as you pull you pull the door closed and you lock it, and can I get a power check, please? I
Yeah.
forgot to do this.
What is power used for, by the way? Just curious.
Yay, something.
No, I mean in general.
When one of us fails, you'll find
You'll
out.
find-
Something.
All right,
So
sure.
I've got to do that. Then I've got to do it again.
Sorry, you want another one?
No, like we've got. I know.
Okay.
I'll have to do mine again. Okay. Okay. So nothing happens that you know of.
Okay. I'm running back to try and triage him and
Mm-hmm.
see if we can address his wound, because he's the one that looks the worst hurt. He's
Mhm.
impaled.
Yeah,
Yep.
because I currently. Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to do the same thing.
Good.
all
We're
we
all a
need is-
bunch of dumbasses. All right.
All we
You
need is a
do it.
band-aid. Smack it on there. You're good.
Check yourself.
There's not even a hole to put the band-aid on. It's you gotta.
You're good.
Can we like?
Domingo,
good.
can I get
Can
a power check, please?
I don't want to. Where are those?
It's under
top.
the characteristics
Yeah.
thing. Top right.
Okay. Ah,
Okay.
hey, that's a luck point.
And yours,
Can I?
you had the hurt leg, didn't you?
No, I
Yeah.
was the one who hit. Or
No, I had hurt leg too.
Yeah.
Yep.
we kind of all have hurt legs.
No,
Our
I
legs
have
are
hurt arm.
fucked.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
So as you see them
Oh,
looking
good
down,
for you.
as you see them looking down to try to do the triage on your leg, you see them, like you see the person doing the triage, and they've got a bone saw, and your leg is tied down, as in there's a bandage strapped with a leather strap around your knee, and they've got a bone saw, and they're approaching your leg with a bone saw.
Reflexively, I'm gonna kick.
It ain't me. I'm down an arm. I couldn't tie anything.
I wasn't.
Wait,
checking him
actually-
out. I was checking out the criminal. He's the one
could I-
who's got. I'm just saying where I was.
Actually,
was.
instead of. Could I try to pull my leg? I feel like that would be the immediate reflex. Is
You
try
can
to
try
pull
to pull your
back.
leg. Yep.
Well,
And-
is that strength?
You pull. Yep. Strength check. Oh, it doesn't really need anything, but like, it doesn't really need a check. It's just you see as they're saying they're trying to help you and trying to fix you and help your leg. That's what you see in the shadows in the room and everything. That they're going to try to amputate your leg.
But you said my leg looked like it was strapped down.
It looked like, as in, it had like a leather strap around your knee, ready to be amputated.
I
With
guess
the bone saw.
I'll just shove myself back up and like push my back against the wall. Just no, I'm fine. No.
I'm gonna yell at the private eye to keep an eye on the damn door.
Well, the door's shut.
I know it's shut, but I'm still gonna tell him to keep an eye on the damn door.
Filch
There's
is
something-
getting real
something-
tired of this damn thing in his leg. And
Something
he's-
ran by. Is there
he's-
a way I can look under this mattress to see if I could free the spring that is stuck to his leg? That's
Oh, the
impaled?
spring's stuck. The spring's out. Like, that's already done. That's like the
Oh, really?
Yes.
So he could
Oh.
be. Okay.
Like, if you take your time
sorry, I
to
thought
do
it was
it,
still stuck.
you can get it out. It doesn't
Oh, well,
need as much work.
you weren't super clear on that. All right.
Sorry. That was
So
my-
I'm free. I'm free from that then.
Yep.
All right.
he
Am I
bleeding out?
able?
Well, that's what the first aids were about, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
Shit.
You can roll your own first aid.
I did. I failed.
Did you?
I have a stupid idea.
Yes.
I would push, because if not, you're probably
Alright.
going to die anyways.
Fine, I'll push.
There are a couple that are on 3.
I have a stupid idea.
Alright.
The pry bar is made of metal, right?
Yeah.
I'll go grab it, for one. Yes, I know that's the only thing locking the door shut, but I'm going to go grab it nonetheless.
Alright. Well,
Can I got an idea.
while
Can I get a
you're
power check,
working out
please?
this plan, I'm gonna solve my own problem,
For me?
I'm going to...
Yes. From
and I'm
from
gonna
Domingos,
take
Mr.
my
Pry
gun. I'm gonna
No.
take my gun.
Don't.
I'm gonna point out the window in like a sort of upwards fashion, and I'm gonna fire it.
I had a better
Bang!
idea.
This is me pushing, by the way. And then I push the hot barrel of the gun onto my wound to like cauterize it.
Okay,
I
that's
had
ouch.
a quieter idea. I had a quieter idea for that.
As you go to take the pry bar and try to remove it from the door, it turns into a snake and starts snapping at you. It starts trying to attack you. It misses initially, but if you go near it, it hisses.
I assume I'd probably stumble back and fall on my ass and tried scooting back away from it just a bit. Why?
And
What?
then you hear a gunshot
Why?
behind you.
And then if your ears aren't still ringing, you hear the sound of like Filch screaming as he like just jams the hot barrel of the gun onto his wound.
I'll just crawl over and cover his mouth.
Okay, Filch, can I get a power check, please?
Filch? Alright.
Yeah.
I will do that.
Someone's coming over and covering your mouth. I'm totally gonna play with this.
Yeah, I imagine, yeah. Hey, look at that!
Okay.
Got a hard.
I gotta try to get better than that. Nah. Nothing
Alright.
happens.
Alright. Filch is
Can't
Filch
beat
is
that
a
hard.
hard man. He knows he's doing what has to be done.
Damn, you had a weapon. There's someone that could be construed as someone trying to kill you, and you
I
have
am
a gun in
in
your
shock
hand.
and pain.
Damn.
There are some bad things that could happen here, but they didn't happen, and that's what matters.
Can I take the gun from him, because I was trying to do something of the similar thing, but with less sound, and now there's.
James isn't as bright as the fact that he thought that he could cauterize this, but he has a lighter and a knife. So
I
he's
was gonna
onto
use
this
the-
idea. He's
I was
on to
gonna
this
use the
idea.
bar.
So he's gonna roll Filch over, heat the knife up, and cauterize.
It's
the
already
other side.
cauterized.
It's already been cauterized.
No,
They've
it's
already
done.
done it.
It's two
He
sides though.
shot his gun.
Oh,
Did it
No,
get fully
actually, what-
impaled through?
I don't know. You're right. I
No,
assume
not-
impaled is
Like, it's
probably
okay.
both
You're not going to
sides.
bleed out. You
Alright, cool.
you think you've fixed yourself in a
Alright.
different way.
He shot
All
his
right,
gun.
Filch
Harry, what's
is
George
Filch.
doing? What's our professor doing? Also, in a bad way on 3 health.
I'm going to go ahead and try to heal myself again.
Does he have wounds that need to be addressed
Yeah.
as well? Like I know
Well,
he. Okay,
not
so
need to be
I'll
addressed,
try.
but He's also on 3 health.
Yeah.
I should
I'm at
also
a third
ask,
of my health, by the way.
am I free enough from the bed frame to like crawl over and like lean against and like
Yes.
like sit against a wall? Okay.
Yes.
Filch will do so, like crawling over to a wall and leaning and like sitting against it.
I was going
Alright.
to cauterize it with the rod.
Maybe you should have said something.
I was going and getting the rod. And then you said you shot.
Yes, are the
Well,
bed
like,
good
yeah.
times.
I'll help the professor as well if he needs it.
Well, I'm sorry. You should have said something in character, because Filch isn't gonna wait for you to like do some shit while he's just bleeding out.
Let me just try to rationalize this to you. Will you sit still if somebody's gonna burn you?
Well, if he no. Well, I mean, he was gonna do it himself, but he was like, all right, I gotta solve this problem, and nobody else is. It doesn't seem like anybody else is helping. So
I said I have a stupid idea.
So the professor gives himself first aid and gets 1 health back. Yay! Everyone else has been failing that roll.
Yeah.
That wasn't my role. That was the mutation.
No, I was
was
helping. I was trying to help him out because now that the guy who is the worst off is.
I haven't rolled yet.
Oh no, you don't need to. You get that 1 health back. That's all you're getting.
I imagine that my success is the health I would have healed from the thing is taken away by cauterizing it. So.
You're just not bleeding out.
Yeah, as well.
While I'm helping the professor, though, and before I move on to the PI, I'm going to yell at both of them to watch that damn door because something ran by it and I don't know what it was. Now I'm going to go try and help the PI.
Filch, sweating, is going to point his flashlight and his gun at the door.
Okay.
Is the snake still there?
Another first aid from somebody.
Musician again.
Yeah, I'm helping the PI now.
That was a hard success too.
Yeah. Still only 1 health.
Yeah.
Now on 7. Yay. So everyone's watching the door and on edge.
It should be 8, I think.
It wasn't 6.
I have 12 and I
7.
took 5 damage.
I don't know.
Okay.
Everyone dies. It's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
I should have just ran out after the bed flew at you guys. I should have just ran out.
But if only you saw it. No,
but then you would be alone.
Check.
And then you would die while we were trying to save ourselves.
So you're all looking, you're looking at the door on edge, and you're like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?" And nothing happens.
Is the snake still there?
The snake is not there.
Is there anything else in this room that we need to look at? I'm gonna start checking around the room. Is there dressers or is there anything like that?
There's dressers. It looks like they're empty. This looks like it's been once a spare bedroom long ago and unused.
Okay. I will start pulling out dresser drawers and flipping things out. I'm checking through shit.
Yep. And you find nothing. No, you find nothing.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask for a spot hidden when there's nothing there.
Okay.
Thomas will nervously walk over to the rod and flinch as he reaches towards it to try to pull it.
Try to pull it out, and it comes out.
All right. And I want to do something to just get an idea as to what just happened. I want to go over there and try to kind of just slightly lift the frame just to get a guess on how heavy it is.
Yeah. Can I get a strength check, please?
Okay.
Or an intelligence, either one.
I succeed on strength.
It is very heavy.
So something's not right by the fact that it flew across the room, for one.
And you know what's coming next?
Sanity?
Yes. As you're realizing that something's not right.
Yep. You brought that upon yourself.
I succeed.
Take 1 sanity, please. 1 sanity damage. It's like everyone's succeeding in the sanity checks. It's been... And the power checks have been really hard.
I failed that sanity check once, but I only took 1 sanity from that.
1.
It was early on.
And no one saw the bed move, so no one picked that up. So that's another big group 1 too. So what are you doing? You're the door's still closed. It's now no longer locked. The room's been ransacked. The window's broken.
I'm not trying to unlock that door until I know that they're ready. So I'm going to be asking them when they're ready to move and what are we doing. Are we
I
getting
think
the
I'll
hell
need
outta
somebody
here?
to. I think I'll need somebody to help, like, to help stand me up.
Here, Trey.
Shoulder.
I'll walk over to Flinch and offer the bar over. Just like, trade with me. I'll handle the flashlight and the gun. You hold this and balance yourself. Was it?
And this is my gun. I'll take the bar for the flashlight.
I need to defend myself. I'm not giving you both weapons.
I need to defend myself too.
Didn't you?
I mean,
I told you
could
guys
just
to
stay
take
here.
a knife. I told you guys to take a knife. Why does anyone listen to me?
I have a knife. You can have a knife.
Who listens to a musician? You're probably the
Yeah.
drummer.
Shots fired.
Okay, so how are you going to use both hands if you're balancing against someone?
I use my left hand around your shoulder, and then I point with my right hand.
Yeah, no.
No. All right.
For someone that actually is ambidextrous, I'm saying no.
I mean, I'm not like doing anything. I'm just like holding on to it with my left hand.
Okay.
So
You
what's the
can't
plan?
use both
Are
of
you,
your hands if you're holding on.
are you going to continue to investigate? Are you going to run? What? What's the plan?
I don't know. I asked. I'm waiting to see if these guys want to get the hell out of here.
The door's
or
still
if
closed.
Yes, it is.
I'll pull up Finch.
I'm about as ready as I'm ever gonna get.
But are we leaving this godforsaken place, or are we still looking around?
I am down 100% to leave, but if you guys want to stay, I'm not gonna leave by myself.
There's something
That's
wrong
a good
here.
way to get picked off.
There's something wrong here.
Yeah,
Something very
there
wrong.
is something wrong here, and I think it might have to be someone else's problem.
As you say that,
I
there's
concur.
something wrong. Like in the light of the flashlights and actually you actually lit the room with the light itself. You see something moving from underneath the door itself, and slowly starting to move into the room. And
Like a javelin. I'm gonna slam.
wow.
I'm gonna throw the bar like a javelin to try to jam the door shut.
James, you're right next to the door.
I'm right next to the door.
This is coming from underneath the door, like underneath the door itself.
Oh, I'll run over and stab it into the thing, but it's trying to go underneath the door.
There's a splash of red blood that hits the walls, but it doesn't abate as it starts slowly coming into the room.
I'll keep stabbing at the ground.
Yeah.
You're now standing in blood.
Yeah. Well.
I'm pushing him out of the
Move
way.
back
I'm
way a
trying
little
to
bit.
throw this door open, and I'm running out in the hall.
As you run out in the hall, there's just this
I can't drag
wash
myself out.
of blood, ankle deep. As you open the
Guys.
door, it comes in, and it's like you're ankle deep in blood. Can I get a sanity check, please?
From who?
From
All of
everyone?
us?
Everybody.
Oh, good.
Disadvantage from Olive, please, because you are right there.
Disadvantage.
Yeah.
I am right there. How do I roll disadvantage?
So just roll a d10.
Subtractive.
A 10's a 0, and a 1's a
I did get an
10.
extreme. All right.
Okay. So you got an extreme, but it's not an extreme. You end up with a 32, which is still a hard.
It's hard.
I'll take it.
Yep.
Anything but a fail, I will
Yep.
take.
So we've only got one fail, it looks like. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the fail, let's see. Okay, so everyone takes 2, but except for the fail, takes 5. And on your sheet, can you just click on the insanity bit? Oh, sorry, the
Temporary insanity?
bouts of madness, real time.
Click on that.
Yes, bouts of madness, real time.
Oh god.
As a red
God.
mist
Wonderful.
descends
The
on
guy
your
with the
investigator.
gun.
No, I have the
I
gun.
don't have the gun. I have the stabbing stick.
Yeah. So you
Now,
have the
I
stabbing
was-
stick for D6 rounds.
Yeah.
You are uncontrolled violence and destruction, directed at the surroundings, allies, foes alike.
Can I just charge through the magician and get into this hallway?
Musician, not magician, but
Well,
I was trying to get into the hallway, but I am stuck in the room. I can't.
so the hallway's a flood of blood, which comes into
Oh.
the room. That's what I mean. It's like
Oh, so sorry. It's a full
it's
flood.
not up here, but it's like the hallway is like ankle deep, and as you open the
Okay.
door, it floods in. That's what I
Okay.
mean. So it's not up to
Okay,
here. It's
so-
not, but yeah,
Can I still go through the door and wade
you
through
can
it?
still go and wade through it.
I'm doing that because
Yep.
that's what I'm planning on running the hell out of this place.
Yep. So you're running out of the
Wow.
place, going to be covered
Oh,
in blood.
Yep.
Domingo, what are you doing?
I was gonna charge into the hallway and just start swinging at whatever's in the way. Like, if there's a vase, going through it. If there's a table, stabbing through it. Anything.
well, you know who is there?
I know. I said
Yeah.
I was charging through him. He's in front of me.
Which means that red mist, he's in front of you.
You're
It's fine.
swinging
It
at him.
happens.
Yeah.
It's the
Do a
game.
swing, please. Fist brawl.
So is that? Sorry about that.
Weapons or fist brawl.
Hey, I missed.
You miss.
I missed.
For now.
I
One
I
round.
swing, but you just.
Harrow, what are you up to? The private investigator has got the big metal bar and he's just swinging wildly. You see him just miss one of your compatriots here, and blood's flooding into the place, coming from the hallway. The window is broken open, but you're still on the second floor.
Oh dear Lord. I don't know what I can do in this situation.
Run.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Uh,
That window's looking kind of tempting.
it is very tempting, but I'm only at 4 health.
I'm only at 3, but at this point, being on the ground outside feels
You know
is
what?
a bit better than being in here.
I'd much rather be killed by falling damage than by whatever is in this house. So yeah, I'm gonna try to climb down the window.
Okay. So what we're going to do, how much luck do you have left?
I have 8.
Can you times that by 4 and make a roll against that? So that'll be, so times it by 5, so that'll make it 40. And we'll just do a straight old-fashioned luck to see if there's a bush underneath to help in case you fall.
All right. So what am I going against?
So you're
Roll.
rolling a D100 against 40.
Okay.
So 8 times 5 would be 40, I believe. I could be mistaken. I often am, because math is hard. Let's go shopping.
No, you're right. It's 40.
There are no bushes underneath that will break your fall if you fall. So, can we have?
Quite unfortunate.
Yeah. So can we have a climb roll to try to get down safely?
I fell.
Would you like to push that somehow?
Oh, I hit it again. I'm sorry.
Well, you have to push with something that isn't climb.
Something that's not that.
Yeah, I know.
Some other
I
way
accidentally hit it again.
Thought. I don't think history's going to work this time.
Can I do Dex?
Dodge.
Yeah, dodge to
Dodge.
roll.
Dodge is more. You're going to fall.
No, I
and
said
just
Dex, like a pure Dex.
Dodge is probably more applicable than pure dex.
Okay.
In this case,
What is my dodge at?
Tumble.
it's half your dex plus maybe a bit.
All right. I failed that too.
Okay, and you don't have.
I splat on the ground.
Okay, so
Oh god.
we'll see. So this is higher because you tried to push. You do splat on the ground. You're at exactly 0. You knock yourself unconscious. Now I've got a token for dead. I've got a token for insane. I don't have a token for unconscious in the overlay setup, so sorry I can't cater for you in this part. So the last person, Lion, what are you doing?
All right. Well, the way I see it, I got two options. I can either, being that I don't like my chances of going through that, I can either try and assist the musician by like shooting the bar out of his hand, or I could just abandon them both and try to do what the professor did, and hope that I do it better. I think I'll try to shoot the bar out of his hand to make it safer for the musician.
Yeah, that's going to need an extreme success.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a trick
Yep.
shot. That's an extreme success.
It is.
Yeah. Well. Wait a minute. Let's see.
Still going through with this?
Well, I'm thinking, because maybe I'm at point blank range.
That's extra damage. That's not extra.
Oh,
wait, no, it is.
bonus die on the
Gives
skill
you a
roll.
bonus die. Yes, it does.
But
Yes.
all right.
But still, you need an extreme.
Ignore this roll, whatever it is. I'm just doing it to check what my numbers are.
Okay. If you roll
So I need to
one-
roll.
you need to roll
So
10.
I need to roll. So I need to roll a 10 to get that.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's like no. I'm not doing that.
Good.
Well, see you guys. I'm gonna try and climb down.
Now, it's been already established that downstairs doesn't have any bushes.
Yes,
But you have a professor to cushion your fall.
that is true. I could land on your unconscious body.
He is unconscious though.
Yeah,
So your options are
wouldn't do a whole lot.
essentially climbing down or essentially dropping yourself and dodging as you hit the ground to remove some of that damage.
My dodge is much better than my climb. I'll dodge.
It's essentially a
I'm taking guaranteed damage, but I'm not.
Yeah.
If I succeed, I'm not taking as much.
yeah. That's pretty much it. Actually, it's not that. It's taking damage minus a certain amount.
Ugh.
All right, I'm gonna.
But we're rolling. You've said it.
Do I
Okay.
push with this?
So you take 2 points of damage.
No, not bad. Still
You
a
still
1.
got one.
You're still on
I'm
one.
still in the game.
Your dodge would have taken 2 points of damage off you if you succeeded.
All right. All right.
Meanwhile,
Well,
back in the house.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, back in the hallway of insanity.
So yeah, I think we're just going to end it there with Olive, your musician, just running through the house. You with your lighter, because you didn't have the torch, you had the lighter.
nope. Yep. That's what I had.
Running through the house,
And a knife.
sloshing with your bits and pieces, and Private Eye, Domingo, just in this frenzy on the top floor. As you come
I'm
downstairs,
relieving stress.
Sorry?
I'm
You're
relieving
relieving
stress. I'm
stress.
breaking everything.
Oh, I wouldn't have gone for the stairs because I saw that thing go that way. I would have gone left and looked for a window or something at the front.
Oh,
I was not going
get
to the
to play
stairs because I
more?
saw that thing right.
I
I'm
didn't
not
expect to
going
play
that
more.
way.
Awesome. So going the other direction is where the blood's coming from,
Oh, fantastic.
because it's flowing down towards the stairs.
Okay, yeah.
So you go up to the other end.
Blood, shadow, blood,
Yeah.
shadow.
Yeah,
What's the lesser of these two evils?
yeah. So as you're running up the other end of the hallway, we'll
What I
switch off
said
the
I
map
was gonna do.
and just do the narrative side. So as you're running up the end of the hallway, you start seeing that the blood's not just on the floor, but it's actually fountaining off the walls, and it's coming from the light. Like the last of the light is actually more of a shower of blood, and the walls on that end of the corridor are just overflowing, and that's where it's coming from. The walls themselves, and they're flowing towards you. It's like thicker, it's harder to get through, it's deeper, and it's flowing against you, so it's harder to work your way through. As you get to the end of the house and you find a window, you look out to... Actually, can I get a power check, please? One last.
Yes, you can.
Damn. You look out to the current city, because if you failed that, it would have been very different. You look out to the current city of the cityscape itself, and you see an old man looking at you on the sidewalk, directly at you on the sidewalk. And he looks like he should have been dead long ago. Can I get a sanity check, please?
All right. Hey!
So you know how, like, when you pass, you get, like, a certain amount, and then if you fail, you get more? There's an increase here. In this case, 3 sanity. If you failed, it would have been much, much higher. Like, there would have been several dice.
Okay. Just 3. All
3
right.
sanity. How are you going to are you going to try to climb down after? I'm assuming you're going to bust open the window.
Yeah, if there's a window, I'll smash it open with the back of the knife. And I imagine where if I went left, probably the window would be at the front of the house, right? So the front door was.
Like, yeah.
Is there was a porch that we came up. Was there like a cover there? Because if there's a cover, I'm going to try and jump onto that first. So it's less of a... I will try and jump onto that first and then go down again to just stagger the... So, do you want to climb?
A climb?
Or climb or dodge?
So climb is climbing out and trying to avoid all damage. Dodge is essentially accepting you're going to take some and then trying to minimize or avoid that. So it's like a drop and then roll, where you can take away some.
I'm going to run over to the restroom. Be right back.
Yep.
I will dodge, because
Green.
Okay. So I'll do the roll. So it's still a possibility.
Yep, there's always a possibility.
Yeah. So you would have taken 2 damage, but you absorbed more than that with your roll. You take no damage, and you're out of the house.
Do I see the old man still across the street?
No old man.
I'm getting the hell out of this place.
Don't forget to grab his body on the way out.
Okay, so our private eye, Thomas.
Yes.
The red mist finally subsides, and with exhaustion, you drop the crowbar or the pry bar that you've been using, and there's no blood around. There's broken walls. There's like doors, frames. Everything's been broken. The architecture up here has been broken. There's nobody around you. Did you have a torch on you? No, you didn't.
You had a lighter, I believe.
I thought he took the flashlight from the guy with the gun.
I was trying to.
Yep. Because
I could spend a luck and say I have one.
Because the light turns off.
That's unfortunate.
So I'm standing there in the dark holding a metal rod.
Well, no, you've dropped the metal rod at your feet.
Oh, I'm standing there in the dark. Do I hear anything? Other than my own heartbeat?
Do a listen roll.
This is gonna go great, guys.
Hey.
I'll spend a luck point.
Push it. Yeah, spend that.
Spending 1 luck point. How much have you got left? Ooh, not much. As you spend a luck point to listen, you hear something very close to you, but not breathing.
Can I grab the rod and just stab? I don't care what it is. This is just primal instinct. Just pick up the rod, stab.
Let's go initiative, shall we?
Awesome! Great!
What's your dex?
My dex is 55.
So, turn track, let's get that working.
I wanted the gun.
I know.
Yeah?
Like, having a gun's so much more useful.
Yeah, it would have been so
he
useful when you were
off.
like going crazy and shooting and like
ignoring that part entirely. What? No, just don't worry about that part. That would have been fine.
Sure, yeah.
Where's my initiative?
I didn't hit anybody.
35. Okay, so you turn around and swipe at the darkness, and you see and do your attack as you go first.
Brawl.
But yes, it's brawl.
Brawl.
Yeah, any knife, baseball bat, things like that. It's all dodge brawl.
Can I? Is there a way I can push?
You can't push combat. If you fail, you miss, and then you get to go next turn. As a response, in the darkened room, mind you, where am I? Go. No, not that one. No, not that one. That's a good one. In darkened room, a hard success as claws come down around across your body and scrape into you, taking 6 points of damage.
Ow.
It's your turn.
Yeah, it is.
In the darkness.
In the darkness. Yeah,
There is no shame in running in this game.
No one will judge you.
I jumped out of a window to get away from those things.
He's in the darkness.
I don't know where to go.
Exactly.
I can't see anything, can I?
No.
With my camera,
Yes.
I will use the flash to blind him.
There could be something here.
I will try to use the flash to blind him.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to copy and paste the actual token. So you can kind of see, and I'll give you the handout visual. Oh, I forgot to actually do the visual for this one. Sorry, guys. Where's the old bed? Upper floor. Third bedroom. Where am I? Yeah, there's your spare bedroom. That's what happened. So as you do the flash, you see in front of you, and I'll give a best description as I can. Standing dead in front of you is an old man. His skin is, so his face is wooden, face and skin is wooden looking, wizened figure, about 6 foot, skinny, naked and ghastly, wide flaring saucer-like eyes. Do not react to the flash. His nose like a knife blade. Some sort of chain rests around his neck. He has lost all his hair. His shrunken gums make his teeth look very long and sharp. From this, and there's this smell just emanating from him, and he seems to be looking through you.
You said he was naked?
Yes.
Other than, you said a necklace?
Other than a necklace around him. Can I get a sanity roll, please?
Yeah, I was waiting for that one.
On the upside, if they find your camera, at least you've got evidence.
It's a failure.
Yeah, it's a failure.
I
I'm just
assume
trying
many
to
of
find
us
it.
are going back in that house.
True, but gunshots have been made.
That's true.
Speaking of which, I was planning on, or I was about to. I was looking for a place to interject. I was going to fire 2 more shots up in the air to ensure that there were somebody on the way. But also, I thought that maybe having the sound and flash from those could be helpful to help him orient himself in the darkness.
Flash is probably... Sound is hard if it's outside going into the place, but it could maybe not. Let's get this one.
Just figuring.
There you go. I think there's a flashlight kind of outside anyway. You only take 2 sanity damage as he swipes at you again, and then everything goes dark, I believe. Just assuming. And you can attempt... Oh, he fails the swipe at you. But everything's gone dark again. It's your go. What are you going to do? There's some... there's just a little bit of light coming from where you believe the window is. Like, you can just see from underneath the window.
What I'll try to do is I will try to reach out and grab the necklace and run.
Okay. Okay. So you're doing this blind, so it's going to have to be like a sleight of hand. Like you just try to grab for something which you can't really see, and just run.
Okay.
Are you running out the window to jump out the window, or are you going to just?
Tell the rest of us got out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't have much health.
No, you don't.
Did I? Light Knight had less health than I did, and he survived.
He's got less health. What's the plan?
I had less health, and I'm still conscious.
I will grab the necklace and I'll sleight of hand for one.
Yep. So just kind of this as an inconsequential. If it fails, it fails. But the main thing is the run. Is what we're saying.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. But which direction? Are you going out the door, or are you trying to go out the window? At least out the window, there's just a little bit of light outside because there's a torch on the ground outside. Oh! It'll be a dodge as you jump out.
I'll jump out.
It'll be a dodge.
Yep.
He doesn't attack you as you go past. There's no attack of opportunity
inside.
in this. You're just jumping out the window. Do a dodge roll.
Oh,
You
thank
succeed.
God.
Hey, look
So
at that.
the damage is going to be minimized. It's still possible. You take 2 damage, -2 for your successful dodge roll.
Oh, thank God.
And so you leave with 2 damage. out the window.
Yes. But you know what else I leave with? A photograph.
A photograph.
Forget about me. I'm still lying on the ground out there.
Oh,
I ran.
Can I drag him?
I'm not even near the house
Yeah,
anymore.
Lion Knight's actually right next to me. So.
I am right next to him, but I'm not in the mood to go walking around, and I don't think I'm. Or, I mean, I'm in the mood. I'm not I don't know if I'm capable of dragging him along with myself across, out of here.
Yeah, could I pick him up, like the unconscious, the professor, and carry him and just fucking bolts.
Yeah.
And
so we'll do the wrap up. We'll stop the stressful heartbeat and whatnot, because that was ramping up. If you haven't noticed, it was getting quite loud and quite furious.
I did notice.
Yeah. So we'll do the de-stress and do the. So the wrap up will be that the professor, I'm guessing, will be taken to hospital. The police will arrive. The professor will be taken to hospital. Everyone, I think, except for the musician, has to go to the hospital with such severe injuries. The investigation from the police when they get back to you after a few days is that there was no how much are you telling the police? Are you telling about the blood, telling about the throwing things, the spookiness?
Well, the blood wasn't. The blood turned out to not be there, so that my character saw a snake, but it turned out to be the rod, so he wouldn't have said anything because that just sounds crazy.
Yeah.
So are you saying?
But he has
crazy?
a picture of the old man.
Are the people that had to wade through the blood still covered in blood that is obviously not theirs?
Nope.
So the blood wasn't there. In our statement, at least.
Yeah.
I'll tell them the fact that there was somebody there.
Okay.
But I will keep the picture for the one who was sent us on this job.
Okay.
Well, you see,
Speaking of that
this is
picture,
kind of a crime scene right now, and you haven't developed that yet, and you have a camera. They're gonna notice the camera. They're probably gonna take it as evidence and then develop it on their own.
Yep. Exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So the camera comes back, and you're told that that's all the photos. There's photos of research into the location. Oh no, you didn't take photos of that in the library.
Yeah, we
You took notes.
You just took notes. But the photo that you did take, overexposed and doesn't come out. They don't find any evidence of anyone else being in the house, except for there's the broken back door, and that's about it. And of course the broken windows. That's all. There's no person, no body found, and just adds to the mystery of the house.
Mm-hmm.
that I am never going back to ever again.
Yeah, I got a scar right here to show for it. That place sucks. There's a death trap in there.
I actually came out okay, and I'm all right with that.
The power checks, by the way, was him using
It's kind of
his
shocking,
mental abilities to do hallucinations. And there was you were rolling really high, and it was just a case of when you were rolling really high, also really low, you were getting hard successes, and he was just getting successes a lot of the time. He was missing. I was like, if you're equal, he's gonna win, because it goes off who's got the high. I'm like, freaking hell, you're doing.
I sort of figured, yeah. But it's it seems like we never really rolled average. Is if something was really easy to pass,
it's one end or the other.
We'd blow it. If something was really difficult, we'd nail it.
But when you do that nailing, there's a lot of times where I was giving more information. I was getting much more if you get extremes than getting just a normal success.
But there's one or two times where it's we're all looking for a light switch and we're just staring at the floor.
We almost never made it into the house.
Yes.
We didn't.
It's not a hard thing.
We just walked right past the back of the house. We don't know what's back there.
There is no back wall for what we know.
The house is a triangle. Like there's the front and then it like turns inwards like that.
You missed the coal chute at the back of the house, which could have been another entry.
Bags of coal.
Could have been.
There was a coal chute at the back of the.
That's right. Because you said there was bags of coal in the mudroom. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
So there's actually a coal chute, like there's a coal storage in the basement or like in that area, and there's an entrance into there. No one's ever searched for that, but you just totally failed that location in the searches.
We searched. We just sucked.
Yeah.
I wanted to say, probably from my character's questionable sanity, he probably would have gone back to that house just to set it on fire at some point. Fuck that house.
Yeah.
Assuming the guy who hired us doesn't press charges, which I think does. Like then like we get off scot-free for now. Is Filch's line of thinking. If we go back and do stuff to it later, without the guy's permission, that there's damage.
I think my character's below 50 sanity right now. I don't think he's really questioning rational thought.
Yeah.
I started at 50 sanity.
Yeah. So Mr. Live Producer said that's also how his group left, out the windows. When I ran this for my friends in the face-to-face group that I used to be with, that's the exact same room they bailed to.
The entire time you guys were in that room, I was keeping my mouth shut because I don't want to give away any metagaming. I'm like, the mattress, throw the mattress out the window and jump on the mattress.
So, the thing is,
springs. There's no covering, it's just metal springs.
Yeah.
The thing is, I have played this module before, but I didn't realize that I have until the bed thing happened.
Yeah.
Because that was the moment that I remember from the game before.
I just imagine in your head, just like, man, I feel like I'm forgetting something.
No, there was nothing. Like I was just like what? Like what's like? Oh, this is a cool thing. And it's like I walk through. There's a bed that comes flying. And it's like, wait, what?
It was a repressed memory, and then as it happened, you're just like, oh no.
Yeah.
So this has been in the Quickstart game for many years and many editions in Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
So the Colbert House has become like a staple in Call of Cthulhu.
Kind of like fast food fight in Shadowrun.
Yes. So it's kind of a. But some of them are different. Some of them aren't the same, and they've even got a bigger Colbert House, which is why this is now called the Haunting instead of the Colbert House.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, what did you think about Call of Cthulhu?
That was a lot of fun. I'm really very happy I gave Call of Cthulhu a shot because it's a very interesting game.
Oh yeah, it's great.
This is a lot more trap heavy and a lot more baited than the normal campaigns.
Oh, I mean, I imagine.
Yeah, we like Yep.
I had original. When my character was still going fucking apeshit. When you said that the old guy was out front, my next thought is Thomas is gonna run to that window, dive out, like just javelin, just dive onto him if he could.
I thought he was gonna kill me. I thought I was dead.
I was thinking about it. Like, I was trying to rationalize, like, if there's something closer, I'm going to swing at that instead, because he's probably hallucinating at something completely different.
Well, because it said 6 rounds, I thought it was a goner.
Oh yeah.
Harrow, what do you think?
It was finally a blast to actually have somebody to play it with this time.
Yeah.
Would you play it again, like as in a Call of Cthulhu game?
Definitely.
Oh yeah, sure.
So there's also like Call of Cthulhu Pulp, which is a lot more. You get double the amount of health, so it's a little bit more cartoonish or comic bookish. There's Achtung Cthulhu, which is like Call of Cthulhu in the Second World War, where you're up against Nazis doing their scientific experiments. There's Gaslight awesome. Call of Cthulhu, which is going even further back, which is like the 1890s.
1600s, yeah.
The 1890s. There's Rome Call of Cthulhu as well.
Oh, that could be good.
Yeah, there's
There's
a
even
lot
modern
of
ones too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. I when I was looking through the different Cthulhu settings, one of the ones I saw is Cthulhu Tech, which I fell in love with the setting for that one. It's like futuristic, like post-apocalyptic Cthulhu, where it's like the great old ones are here. They came to Earth like a while back, and this is people trying to survive in these horrible, fucked up world.
I haven't seen anything on that. Like, I know it existed, but I've never seen
it's really cool.
what the setting is. But there's a lot of stuff there.
It's really interesting.
The game system's pretty basic to pick up. There wasn't much rule heavy. In combat, it's like you have enough time to do an action, to do something. So you don't have to micromanage things. You just be creative. It's like, if you fail, well, okay, do you want to try to push it and try a different approach? Like bashing the electricity. Again, that seems to be it.
The word
Fun stuff. I wanted to ask, what would have happened if I got that necklace?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
It's just a necklace.
It's just a necklace.
You know what? You know what you forgot about? Your cross.
Yeah.
You forgot you
that
picked up
anything?
that. Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I will say, he only had 4 actions left. Like 4 actions, that's all he had left.
No.
Yeah.
So thank you for bailing, because otherwise he just would have been standing there doing nothing.
Great.
But no, that was great. I love it. I love the sounds, the heartbeats, the everything. Just adds that pressure.
That's great.
I'm sorry for spending too long, like, for the second section, because it's like, if you break this down with breaks, then you'll lose that tension, lose that stress. But thank you, everybody, for coming in. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
Thanks for having us.
It's been fun. We can do our outros, and we'll probably just see if we can find a raid for someone while we're doing outros. So we'll skip around a little bit with the outros, because I know someone's got a bit more to spook than others. So, Lion Knight, would you like to do who are you and etc.?
I'm the Lion Knight. I have a Discord, and I don't do social media, so contacting me will probably be difficult. But if any of you want to, like, do other games together again, you're all great people, and I wouldn't mind doing it again. Yeah, that's about it.
Thank you very much. Domingo.
I'm Dominic. I also go by Domingo online, Domingo Man. If it's whatever, I'm still coming down from that entire extravagant moment. Nearly killed another player. I don't really have anything to shout out, because the podcast I'm in currently has not produced or released anything. Okay. And I'm still stuck on the idea now of Octung Call of Cthulhu, because that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yep. Harrow?
I'm Harrow. You can find me on Roll20 anytime. It's same name as the screen name, and
with an E. I just realized.
Yeah, with an E. E at the end. Silent E.
I just looked.
I should also mention my Roll20 is the same as my screen name.
And lastly, the person with the most to spook, Olive.
Yeah, I'm Olive. This was my first time actually playing Call of Cthulhu. I really enjoyed it. You can either follow me. Normally, you can either find me under either Olive or Olive Gaming or Olive 1985. Searching any of those will typically take you to me in one form or another. Do a little Twitch stuff, a little Roll20 as well, and enjoy having a good time like this. So
awesome. My name is Karsha Goblin. This is the Goblin Cave. Thankfully, we got one session this week. Our normal long-running campaigns totally got cancelled thanks to the NBN. But I'm not bitter. No, totally not bitter. No. This is my livelihood.
He's not upset.
No, not upset at all.
He's not salty at all.
Oh, no. Thank you for coming and tuning to our only show. We will be rating Zombie Orpheus Entertainment, which are amazing. I absolutely love them. They do live shows, they do movies, they do pretty much everything. They're just a bunch of actors, improv people, role players, gamers, and they do everything. So we're going to be rating them. They're also singers and things like that. So check them out. Join with the raid when we do it after our credit run. So hopefully we'll be back next week with all our normal shows. We have Rise of the Goblin Lords, Children of the Marsh, and the Rusty Daggers. Should all be continuing, and we're going to be bringing back much more one-shots like this for the channel because they're so much fun, and when they bring in some amazing people, so thank you.
Mm-hmm. People who are better than us, that's what he means.
Yeah.
It's nice I was in a group for 20 years role-playing the same group. It's amazing to role-play with other people, to learn how other people react to situations, and new ideas, new concepts, new styles. It's like you get very insular with the same group, so it's really nice for me to have other people. So thank you. We'll have our credits. So bye.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye.
Mm-hmm.